Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. We arrived at Crooked Lake just after dusk, the sky still smudged with the last streaks of orange light. The air was cool for early September, especially this deep in central Michigan State Park system. Thick woods ringed the water, and apart from the occasional bird call or rustling leaf, it was quiet in that way only wilderness can be, where silence isn't absence but presence. Chad backed the truck in near the tree line, and we got to work setting up camp. It was the 4 of us. Me, Chad, Marcus, and Ben. We'd known each other since high school and made it a point to get out into the woods a few times a year. No cell service, no deadlines, just the simplicity of a campfire and the company of old friends. We picked a spot about 15 yards from the water's edge. It wasn't an official site, just a flat stretch with enough space to pitch our tents, and a few old fire ring stones from someone before us. By the time we had the tent staked and a fire going, the sun was gone. The lake was black and still, reflecting the stars in scattered pinpoints across its surface. We cooked hot dogs on sticks, drank some cheap beer, and told the same stories we always did. Half-true tales from our 20s, minor legends made larger with each retelling. It was a good night, until it wasn't. Around 11:30, I stepped away from the fire to relieve myself. I walked down to the lake, using the flashlight on my phone to watch my footing on the uneven path. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was driftwood, a long shape floating just off the bank, motionless, but then my light caught something pale. Skin. A face. I froze. The shape didn't move. I backed up slowly. Phone still pointed toward the water. My chest tightened, and my breath caught halfway up. Then I called back, quiet but urgent, for the others. They thought I was messing with them at first. Chad even laughed. But once they came down to the water and saw it too, everything changed. It was a body, definitely human, floating maybe 6 feet from the shoreline. Face up, limbs stiff. The water lapped gently at the torso like it was trying to reclaim what had escaped it. We stood there in stunned silence for a minute. Then Marcus muttered, "Is he breathing?" No one answered. Ben reached for his phone, instinctively, then remembered the lack of signal. Chad looked around, scanning the darkness like someone else might step out of it. I felt the air shift, no longer just cold, but something else, heavier. Then we noticed the fire. On the far side of the lake, maybe 300 yards across, there was another campfire. We hadn't seen it earlier, probably missed it in the tree line or just hadn't been looking. Now it was plainly visible, a small flickering orange glow between 2 thick pines. No movement, no silhouettes, just firelight. Then, as we stared at it, it went out. It didn't flicker or dwindle. It went out all at once, like someone had poured a bucket over it. Our own fire, still crackling behind us, sputtered at the same moment, spitting embers before dimming to a low glow. Not out entirely, but like the wind had sucked the breath out of it. We turned to look at each other. No one spoke. Something unspoken passed between us, an instinctive mutual decision not to investigate. We were campers, not heroes, not fools. Chad took first watch. We stayed up, each taking turns. Not because we were trying to play soldier, but because none of us wanted to fall asleep. Whatever was out there, whoever had been across the lake, we didn't want them circling back under cover of night. We didn't say any of that out loud, but the way we rotated shifts kept the fire stoked. Always had one person facing the woods while the others tried to rest. It said enough. All night the body stayed in the water. It didn't drift, didn't bob. It just floated there, unchanging, like something pinned to that exact spot. I kept thinking about the other fire, the synchronized dimming. Had they seen us? Had they seen the body too? Or worse, had they been the reason it was there? Morning didn't come all at once. It bled in from the east, faint and gray and reluctant. The woods started to breathe again. Birds, insects, the distant sound of water moving against rock. Ben was the one who eventually stepped back down to the shore. In the growing light, the body looked different. Bloated, maybe? Pale beyond anything I've seen. The face was unrecognizable, not in the sense that it was injured or gruesome, just blank, as if features had been washed away. We packed up fast. None of us talked much while breaking camp. We were all thinking the same thing. Let's get out, get help, do this right. By the time we reached the ranger station, just after 9 a.m., we were all on edge. The ranger called it in immediately, and within an hour, county sheriff deputies were on site with boats and recovery gear. We took them back to the lake, pointing out exactly where we'd seen the body. It was still there. They pulled it from the water with practiced care. None of us wanted to watch, but we did. The reality of it, the weight of death, made everything else feel more distant. The questions, the fear, it all took a back seat to the stark finality of a human life lost. Later that day, we gave our statements, over and over. The same story. Yes, we saw a body. Yes, there was another fire. No, we didn't see who was there. No, we didn't cross the lake. No, we didn't touch anything. A week passed before we heard anything. The body belonged to a man reported missing 2 weeks prior. Local, mid-30s, an experienced hiker. According to the preliminary autopsy, there were no immediate signs of trauma. No drugs, no definitive cause of death. The sheriff's office ruled it undetermined, pending further analysis. But here's the part that stuck with me. They found no trace of anyone else on the far side of the lake. No signs of a fire, no disturbed ground, no discarded items, just thick underbrush and undisturbed dirt, like no one had ever been there. And yet we saw that fire go out at the exact same moment ours did. 4 of us, all saw it, all heard the shift in air, all felt that presence. It became a cold case. Still is, far as I know. Every now and then I check online, just to see if anything new has come up. It never does. I don't go camping anymore. I still talk to the guys, though not as often. Something about that night rewired the way we look at each other. A shared silence we can't quite shake. The kind that doesn't fade, it just changes shape. Like water in the dark. I still think about the fire. The way it went out all at once. I don't go out there for fun. That's something people misunderstand about my work. When I say I'm a nature photographer, they picture some guy leaning out of a Jeep in the savannah, or maybe crouched behind a blind in Yellowstone, sipping coffee while waiting for a bison to wander by. What I do is different. I go where almost no one does, where the maps stop being accurate and the cell signal dies a dozen miles back. I hike in deep alone, sometimes for days, and I wait. I live with the land for a little while. I document its moods, and sometimes when I'm lucky, I catch something no one else has. That week, I'd gone into the Alpine Lakes Wilderness in Washington State. One of the less traveled fingers, not a tourist trail. You need topographical maps, a compass, and the kind of legs that don't quit. My goal was to capture a sunrise shot from a granite shelf that overlooked a valley of larch trees, gold this time of year if you hit it right. I'd planned for 7 days, 2 to hike in, 3 to work the location, and 2 out. The weather was crisp, clear. The light had that cold bite you only get in late October. The forest there is ancient. It doesn't roll so much as it bristles, ridges and cliffs stacking on each other like broken teeth. Every footstep has to be deliberate. You can't rush it. That was part of the appeal. By the 5th day, I'd gotten what I came for. I had 3 rolls of solid material, including 2 exposures I felt sure would make print. That evening, I set up my last camp a mile south of the overlook before heading out the next morning. Dusk fell hard and sudden, as it always does when you're that deep in. I ate cold jerky and a handful of dried figs, then stepped away from camp to brush my teeth and scout the terrain one last time in the fading light. That's when I saw her. She was maybe 200 feet below me, crossing a rocky patch of talus. No trail, no markers, just loose ankle-snapping stone and brambles. She didn't have a pack, no headlamp, no water bottle, nothing. She wore a floor-length black evening gown, sleeveless despite the chill, with a slit up the leg that did nothing to make the terrain easier. Her shoes, this part stuck with me, were high heels. Not wedges, not boots, actual stiletto heels. Black and sharp, sinking a little with each step, but never catching, never breaking her pace. I froze. My first instinct was to call out, but something about the way she moved kept me quiet. She wasn't stumbling or disoriented. She walked like she belonged there. I ducked behind a cluster of young pines and watched. She didn't look around, didn't hesitate. She walked diagonally up the slope, across terrain that had taken me half an hour to navigate earlier with poles and boots. She passed within 30 feet of my position, without ever glancing up. She smelled like perfume, not faint, not carried by the wind. I mean thick, cloying perfume like you'd get in a windowless ballroom like old roses and powder. It hit me in a wave and vanished just as fast. When she was out of sight, I waited. I listened. The forest was dead quiet. Back at my camp, I didn't light a fire. Just sat in my bivy bag with the zipper partway down, bear spray in one hand, folding knife in the other. I didn't sleep much. At one point, maybe 3 hours before dawn, I thought I heard footsteps circling the perimeter. Not boots, not animals, something lighter. Click, 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 like heels on stone. I didn't unzip the bag. I didn't move. The sound faded after a minute, maybe less. I told myself it was wind knocking a loose rock. I didn't believe it. Come morning, I packed up fast. I skipped breakfast. I didn't even roll the sleeping pad, just stuffed it into the sack and started moving. I took a different route back, one that stayed on high ground and open rock as much as possible. I kept checking over my shoulder, not because I thought she was following me. I don't think she ever saw me. It was more like I needed to make sure the landscape hadn't changed, that trees were still trees, that rocks were still rocks. By the time I made it back to the trailhead and got a signal, the sun was high and warm. My first call wasn't to a friend or a ranger station. It was to check the weather for the next 10 days. I needed to know I wasn't going back out anytime soon. Since then, I've tried to think of a way it makes sense. Maybe she was part of some ultra-performance art project. Maybe she'd been dropped by helicopter, though I saw no sign of that, and the canopy's too dense in that part of the forest to land. Maybe it was a hallucination. Some people say isolation can do that, especially after days alone. But I wasn't sleep-deprived. I wasn't hungry. My photos from the day before are sharp, well-exposed, steady. I was clear-headed, alert. I've gone back to that spot twice since, on different assignments. Once in spring, once in mid-September. Nothing strange either time, just rock and wind and trees. But I never camp there anymore. I pass through, take my shots, and keep moving. There are places the forest doesn't want us, or maybe not us, just some of us, just sometimes. And if you happen to see a woman in black walking where no one should, don't follow, don't speak, just leave while you still can. That's what I did. But the trailhead was overgrown, but we found it. I remember Mason's truck bouncing up the slope, the suspension groaning with every pothole and rut. He had this custom rig, oversized tires, high clearance chassis, winch on the front bumper, and he grinned the whole way up, like the harder it got to drive, the more he felt like he'd earned something. We were 5 in total. Me, Mason, Jules, Carmen, and Ryan. College friends mostly, though time had started to stretch those bonds. We'd planned the weekend as a sort of reunion. 3 days out in a stretch of national forest that didn't see much foot traffic. No cell service, no rangers, no other people as far as we knew. Mason had gotten the coordinates from a guy he met through a hunting forum. We set up camp in a clearing around noon. The ground was soft with pine needles, and the sun filtered in warm streaks through the trees. Carmen pitched the tent. Jules got the fire ring going. I was unloading the cooler when I saw the path that branched off behind the tray line. It wasn't marked, but it looked like it had been walked before. Faint depressions in the undergrowth, an odd break in the branches here and there. "Tomorrow's hike," I said, pointing it out. Ryan nodded, already scanning it like he was measuring slope and distance. That night, we sat around the fire, the air heavy with smoke and pine. Mason passed around a flask. Nothing felt wrong yet. The woods pressed in close, but not in a threatening way, more like an old blanket pulled up tight. We told old stories, the kind that get funnier with time and distance, and eventually the fire died down and we turned in. We started down the trail late the next morning. It wound through dense timber, rising and falling with the terrain. We didn't see anyone. No boot prints, no wrappers, no sign of recent passage. That part felt good, like we were really out there, away from the world. We were gone maybe 5 hours, round trip. It was still full daylight when we returned. The first thing I noticed was the cooler tipped on its side. The latch open. A few beers rolled into the brush. Then I saw Jules stop hard, her hand going up like a traffic cop. I followed her gaze. Someone had jammed a weapon, what looked like a rusted old machete, straight through the roof of our tent. It stuck there, dead center, the blade sunk clean through the nylon and down into the ground beneath. It didn't look new. The metal was pitted and dark, the handle wrapped in what looked like faded cloth. Not military, not standard camping gear, something handmade, something old. No one spoke for a moment. Ryan broke the silence, his voice low and even. "That wasn't here this morning." I walked over and knelt by the tent. The blade had gone through one of the sleeping bags, slicing it nearly in half. No blood, thank God, but the intent was clear. This wasn't some kid's prank. This wasn't a joke. Carmen started gathering her things without a word. I went to check the truck. Every tire had been slashed, not punctured in the usual way. Slashed clean, long diagonal rips in the rubber. Precision cuts, done with force, the kind of cuts that take time and deliberate effort. Mason just stared at them, mouth tight. "We're not driving out," I said. Jules looked back at the tent, the machete still jutting like a warning. "We need to move." We packed fast, left the tent, the sleeping bags, the stove, just the essentials in our packs. Water, snacks, jackets. It was still a few hours till dark, but the shadows were stretching longer. The trees felt thicker than before. We started toward the Forest Service road. It was about 6 miles, give or take. Mason led, compass in hand, and I brought up the rear. The others kept close together in the middle. No one spoke much. Every crack of a branch had us flinching. About halfway through, Carmen stopped and turned around. "Did anyone hear that?" We froze. Listened. Wind through the trees. A bird. Distant. Then nothing. Ryan muttered, "Probably just," but he didn't finish the sentence. We kept moving. It was full dusk when we reached the road. A thin strip of gravel barely wide enough for a single car. The moment we hit it, I felt the tension ease just slightly. Still no signal, but at least we weren't in the trees. We started walking. Didn't matter which way, we just picked a direction and hoped someone would drive by before night fully set in. And someone did. Maybe 20 minutes later, a pickup rounded the bend, headlights cutting through the trees. Mason stepped out into the lane, waving both arms. The truck slowed, then stopped. An older guy, flannel shirt and gray beard, leaned out the window. "You folks all right?" We clambered into the back before the driver could change his mind. I was last, and as I turned to close the tailgate, I saw someone standing just inside the tree line. They were far enough back that I couldn't make out their face, but close enough to see what they held, an object the same size and shape as the weapon from our tent. Same long, curved silhouette, same cloth-wrapped grip. They didn't move, just stood there, watching. I didn't tell the others until we were an hour down the road. By then, we'd hit the first patch of cell signal and were calling the nearest ranger station. They took our statement. A deputy followed us out later that night to retrieve the truck and check the site. The machete was gone. They didn't find prints. Said the damage looked like it had been done with purpose, not by animals or accident. But that was it. No suspect, no follow-up, no resolution. We haven't gone back. None of us have camped since. Mason sold the truck. Ryan moved out of state. Sometimes we'll text on the anniversary of the trip. Never more than a few lines. I still think about the figure in the trees, how they didn't follow us, how they just watched as we left, like we'd passed some kind of test, or failed one. I remember the way the tree branches shifted that night, like arms gesturing warnings in the wind. It was the third night of camp, and the sky above the forest clearing was so dark it felt solid, like a ceiling pressing down. Most of the other campers were already asleep in their tents, but I was still wired from the campfire stories. My friend Nate nudged me with that look he got when he had a stupid idea. Wide eyes, half a grin, already halfway committed. "You saw that place on the hike, right?" he whispered. "The building out past the creek?" I nodded before I even thought about it. Of course I had. Everyone saw it. On the second day, we'd passed it during the group hike, just beyond where the trail curved back toward the cabins. A crumbling roof, half swallowed by moss and ivy, with busted windows that stared blankly out into the woods. One of the counselors, Micah, I think, joked that it used to be an old ranger outpost until something happened there. They never said what. We all laughed at the time, but when you're 12 and you hear something like that, it sticks. Nate didn't even wait for my answer. He was already unzipping the tent flap. The air outside had cooled fast after sunset, heavy with the smell of pine needles and distant rain. We crept between the rows of tents, ducked under the rope lines, and jogged in short bursts down the trail. Every crack of a twig sounded like a shout, but no one followed us. We found the building by moonlight. Closer up, it was worse than I remembered. The siding was warped and split, covered in green streaks and patches of black rot. The door hung loose on its hinges, the inside dark as pitch. Nate had a flashlight, but he waited until we were just outside the door before switching it on. The beam cut a harsh cone through the gloom, catching on floating dust and the edge of a broken chair. "Bet it's full of raccoons," he said. His voice was low, but it bounced off the walls anyway. Inside, it smelled like mold, and something older. Not dead animal, not exactly, but old wood soaked with things that shouldn't be in it. The floor sagged in places, and the whole structure leaned slightly to one side, like it had grown tired over the years. We stepped carefully, boots sinking into softened floorboards. Nate swung the light around and we saw the wall scratches, drawings, weird circles made in charcoal or maybe burned into the wood itself. Some of them were small, tucked behind corners, but others were big, as wide as a person, overlapping like someone had been trying to cover up the ones before them. The deeper we went, the worse it got. The flashlight flickered once, just for a second, and I swear the air shifted. Not colder, exactly, just thinner, like the room exhaled. Nate stopped walking. His arm jerked the light down toward the floor. I followed the beam. At first, I thought it was a toy, a prank, something planted by one of the counselors to spook kids. Dumb enough to sneak out. It was a prosthetic leg. It was lying in the center of the room, just beyond a half-collapsed desk. The foot was turned inward, the ankle twisted unnaturally. But what made it worse was the color. Not shiny metal or new plastic. This one was dull, stained, the surface rough and pitted. It looked old, like it had been sitting there for years. There were scratches across the shin, and near the top a melted label that had once held writing. And then I remembered something Micah said. One of those throwaway lines during story time. He talked about a camper who went missing in the 80s. Said the kid had a prosthetic leg from a farm accident. The punchline was supposed to be that the kid still haunts the camp, knocking on tent poles at night, dragging his metal leg through the gravel. I'd laughed at the time. We all did. Now I was looking at that leg. Nate whispered my name, but I couldn't answer. He reached for my shoulder and I flinched. That's when I heard it. Movement. somewhere above us. Not loud, not stomping, just a shift. Something leaning its weight, slowly, like it was getting ready to move. We ran. No plan, no words, just panic. The flashlight wobbled in Nate's hand as he sprinted ahead. I didn't care if I tripped or screamed, or if anyone heard us. I just wanted to be back near the fire pits, back where the light reached and other people existed. We didn't stop until we hit the gravel circle at the edge of camp. The fire had long since died, just glowing coals, but even that felt like safety. We ducked behind a canoe rack and just sat there, catching our breath, not talking. When we finally made it back to our tent, the others were still asleep. No counselors noticed. No one asked. We didn't tell. The next morning, it was all normal again. Breakfast, hikes, swimming. But something had shifted. Every time Micah made another joke about haunted cabins or ghost campers, I felt cold, like I was the punchline now, like I knew something I shouldn't. Nate never brought it up again. He got quieter, didn't push dares the way he used to. I caught him once, staring off during a group activity, rubbing at his arm like it hurt. He saw me looking and just nodded once. That was the last time we even acknowledged it. Years later, I tried to look it up. I wanted to find the missing kid, the one with the prosthetic leg, but there were no names, no news reports. Maybe it was all made up. Maybe it was just a prop, left there by some counselor trying to keep an old story alive. But if that were true, why didn't they ever mention it again? Why didn't they warn kids not to wander that far? Why did they let us believe it wasn't real? I never went back to that camp. I don't think Nate did either. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll think about that leg. Its foot turned inward like it had been dropped in a rush or torn off, or just abandoned by someone in a hurry to leave. I think about the sound we heard overhead, the cymbals burned into the walls, the way the air felt thinner when the flashlight flickered, and I think about how the worst part wasn't the running, or the discovery, or even the story behind it all. It's the silence afterward, the way we never told anyone, the way no one ever asked. I don't know what made me look up that first night. Maybe it was the way the firelight shifted, or how the breeze dropped off all at once like the woods were holding their breath. I was about 15 miles deep into the North Carolina mountains, hiking solo for the first time in a while. It was late September. Cool air, brittle leaves, just enough chill to keep the bugs down. The trailhead was a half-day's drive from the nearest town, and by the time I reached my camp spot that evening, I hadn't seen another person for hours. I'd chosen a site off a side trail, a little clearing with a good view eastward. I'd set up my tent and bear hang, eaten a freeze-dried dinner, and was letting the fire die down when I noticed movement just beyond the trail line. It wasn't an animal, too upright, too still. There was a man standing there. He wasn't moving, just watching, from 30 or 40 feet back, partially blocked by branches. I couldn't make out his face, but I could see enough to know it wasn't some random shadow or trick of the fire. He was wearing a jacket, dark and a cap. The brim threw his features into shadow. I froze. I didn't say anything, didn't move to stand up, just stared. He didn't approach, he didn't say anything. After maybe a minute, maybe less, he took a step back and disappeared behind the trees. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the fire going longer than I normally would have, and I kept my headlamp nearby, flicking it on at every rustle. Nothing else happened, and part of me wanted to believe I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. I left early the next morning. The next day's hike took me along a ridge trail that skirted the edge of a steep drop, then twisted back into thick hardwood forest. My plan was to do a loop over 3 days and circle back to the trailhead by the third afternoon. The air was damp, and by midday the fog started to roll in through the gaps between the peaks. I tried to focus on the terrain, wet roots, loose gravel, and not on what I kept thinking I saw behind me. Every once in a while I'd catch movement in my periphery. Not close, just far enough that I couldn't be sure. A flicker of motion between trees. A faint crack of a branch underfoot that didn't match my steps. Around early afternoon, I stopped to rest and drink some water. That's when I saw him again, about 30 feet upslope just off the trail, partially hidden behind a dogwood tree. Same jacket, same stance. This time I caught a clearer glimpse. Pale skin, dark stubble, lips slightly parted like he was breathing through his mouth. I didn't say a word. I just stood up slowly and walked on. Not fast enough to look panicked, just steady. He didn't follow. Not then. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was another hiker. Maybe he was lost. But that didn't explain why he hadn't spoken, why he hadn't shown himself properly, why he was hiding. By the time the sun started to dip behind the western ridge, I'd put another 7 miles between myself and that sighting. I camped in a tight sheltered spot beside a creek, set back far enough that someone on the trail wouldn't spot the tent. I built no fire, ate cold food, sat with my back to a rock wall so nothing could approach from behind, still didn't sleep. At some point before dawn, I thought I heard footsteps again, muffled by moss and fallen needles, just outside the tent. But when I flung open the zipper and aimed my flashlight into the dark, there was nothing there. No prints, no sound. I packed up before full daylight. The final day's hike was supposed to be the shortest, just 5 or 6 miles out. I was already doing the math in my head for when I'd hit cell service again. I kept telling myself I just had to get back to the car. The forest changed as I descended. Denser brush, more undergrowth, less visibility between trunks. The trail dipped into a hollow before climbing again, and that's where it happened. I rounded a bend and caught movement to my left. Sudden, too close. The man burst from the brush without warning. No weapon, just a yell in full sprint, arms wide like he meant to tackle me. I don't remember dropping my pack, but I must have. My instincts took over. I got my trekking pole between us, just in time to block his lunge. He hit hard, grabbed at me. Dirt and leaves flew as we stumbled backward. He didn't speak, just grunted, low and furious. I shoved him off, swung the pole, caught him in the side. He went down hard. I didn't wait to see if he was getting back up. I ran. Didn't grab the pack, just my water bottle and phone from the hip belt. I ran downhill until the trail leveled out and then climbed again. I didn't stop until the terrain forced me to. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I kept going. I didn't see him again. When I finally reached a service road, I flagged down a truck. The driver took one look at me, sweaty, scratched, shaking, and let me in without a word. He had a radio and called it in. By the time we got to the ranger station, they had already started assembling a search team. I filed a report, gave them everything I could remember. They took it seriously. Turns out I wasn't the first. A couple had reported a man watching them from the trees earlier that month. Another hiker said someone followed them for hours without ever showing their face, but I was the only one he attacked. They never found him. I keep thinking about how he moved, like he'd been waiting for the right place, the right moment, how he didn't say a word the entire time. Not even when I hit him, just that low grunt, like an animal more than a man. I haven't been back since. I still hike, but never alone, never without service, and never in that part of the mountains. There's something about being watched in a place that should be empty. That moment you realize you're not alone, not because someone wants to say hello, but because they've been waiting in silence, measuring distance, planning. We'd pick that spot for its remoteness. No cell signal, no ranger station within miles. Just the hush of wind through the pines and the low chatter of a nearby creek. It was supposed to be a weekend away from the world. Just me and my cousins, setting up camp the way we used to when we were kids. I'd worked as a counselor back in college, so I took point on finding the place off an unmarked trail in a lesser-known part of the national park system. Rugged country, quiet, too quiet maybe. We arrived late afternoon. The sun was already bleeding into the tree line by the time we finished setting up our tents. I'd shown the others how to rig bear bags and dig a proper latrine, things they hadn't done in years. We were a mixed bunch. Eli, the youngest, spent more time on his phone than in the woods, even if there was no reception. Rachel had just moved back from the city, and Mark, the eldest besides me, hadn't camped since high school. Still, there was that familiar energy in the air. Smoke from the fire, stories starting to flow, the easy rhythm of being outdoors. That changed around dusk. I was by the fire, tending to the coals, when we heard the first sound, a dull thud, like something solid striking wood, then another. Not the clean crack of a branch falling. These had weight and tension. Something was being thrown or swung, maybe 50 yards off, near where the forest thickened beyond our line of sight. We froze. It wasn't an animal sound, not the scurry of raccoons or the crashing of deer. It had rhythm. 1, 2, pause, 1. Rachel asked if it could be a woodpecker. I didn't answer. I stood up and scanned the darkening tree line. That's when I saw him, a man standing between two trees, far enough that his features were impossible to make out, but close enough to know he was watching us. Still as a statue, no movement, no acknowledgement, no lantern, no gear, just the outline of a person where no one should be. I told the others to get close to the fire. Mark stood, squinting in the direction I pointed. Eli laughed nervously, muttering something about how it was probably just another camper. But we'd seen no other cars at the trailhead, no tents, no voices all day. When I looked back, the figure was gone. We kept the fire high that night. No one wanted to be the first to go to sleep. Eventually, we all crawled into our tents. I left mine unzipped at the top. Rainfly pulled back, just enough to keep watch through the mesh. My knife was tucked inside my boot. Old habits. Around midnight, I heard the first footstep. Not directly next to us, but close enough. Leaves shifting under weight. Then another. They circled. Slow, deliberate. A wide perimeter, as if pacing the entire site. I held my breath, trying to isolate the sound. No branches snapping. Just the slow crunch of dry earth, coming and going, fading, then returning from the other side. I whispered to Mark, whose tent was closest, asking if he heard it too. He whispered back, "Yeah, been hearing it for 20 minutes. No one else slept." The footsteps would stop, then start again. Once they paused just beyond my tent, I saw a shadow pass across the outer wall, only for a second but long enough. Then came a sound I hadn't heard in years, the wet flick of a lighter, a hiss, brief and low, then silence. Morning didn't come fast enough. As soon as light filtered through the canopy, I stepped out. The fire was long dead. The air was damp with dew, and near the edge of the site, maybe 10 feet from where Rachel had pitched her tent, were 3 cigarette butts, burnt nearly to the filter, ground out with a twist of a boot. None of us smoked. Then, Rachel yelled. She'd found a burn hole in her tent. Not just a small ember hole, but a full puncture in the rainfly, blackened around the edges, about the size of a nickel. We gathered around it, trying to figure out how it could have happened. There'd been no sparks. No one had cooked near it. It hadn't rained. I scanned the area again. More broken branches near the tray line. A scuffed path through the leaf litter, something. Or someone had walked the same route multiple times, leaving a faint track. But it wasn't animal sign. The stride was too long. 2 clear impressions, side by side, consistent with boots. We didn't speak much after that. We just started packing. I could see the others watching the woods while they rolled up sleeping bags and took down poles. Every snapped twig made someone flinch. It wasn't paranoia. It was confirmation. The figure we'd seen, the footsteps, the lighter flick, none of it had been in our heads. Someone had been there, watching, moving, smoking, close enough to touch the tents. We left by mid-morning. No breakfast, no photos, just gear jammed into packs, and a quiet march back to the trailhead. The road out felt longer than it had coming in. Once we had signal again, Mark called the ranger station, gave them our location, told them what happened. They said they'd check it out, but there was no follow-up. No sign anyone else had been in that part of the forest. No other campers registered. No recent patrols. I've been in those woods 100 times. Led kids through tougher terrain. Camped solo in worse conditions. But that night, knowing someone was out there watching, circling, stepping right up to the edge of our shelter, shook me in a way I hadn't felt before. It wasn't just the intrusion. It was the fact that whoever it was, they didn't want anything. Not food, not supplies, not even to scare us off. They were just there, watching, waiting, and close enough to burn through the fabric of where we slept. The fire was still smoldering when we returned from the ridge trail. We'd left it low, just a few red coals, circled with stone like the rangers recommended, but someone had been at the campsite while we were gone. I noticed it first when I saw my gear pouch unzipped. I'd sealed it before the hike. My knife was missing, a 6-inch carbon steel blade with a gut hook, custom sheath. Not the kind of thing that goes missing by accident. I looked at the others, Tessa, Marcus, Jamie, and Lena, and felt the tension ripple through us. We'd all known each other since college, and this trip was supposed to be a kind of reunion. Tessa's birthday. We'd planned it for months. Permits, gear lists, playlists, even coordinating who brought what kind of beer. Now the air felt off, cold. Still, Tessa thought maybe an animal had nosed into the camp. Jamie checked the coolers. Everything sealed. No paw marks. Marcus walked the perimeter, scanning the pine needles for prints, but the ground was too hard packed. Lena suggested maybe someone from another site had wandered over, but we were camped at the far end of the loop, nearest the woods and farthest from the access road. No one should have been out here. I kept glancing at the trees. The sun was sliding down, turning the trunks amber. There was a smell in the air, not smoke, not pine, something metallic like old pennies. Dinner was rushed and quiet. Even with the fire rebuilt, no one laughed like before. Every snap in the forest made us look up. When the wind died down, it felt like something was listening. We slept in 2 tents, guys in one, girls in the other. I barely got a few hours. Sometime after midnight, I heard twigs snapping. I sat up, unzipped the flap an inch. Nothing. Then a scrape, metal on stone. My chest tightened. I didn't wake Marcus, just waited. Listened. 30 minutes later, it was quiet again. But I didn't sleep after that. In the morning, we packed early. No one said it out loud, but we were ready to head out. As I walked toward the car, I saw the damage. All 4 tires were slashed. Not punctured, sliced clean, from sidewall to tread, like someone had used a hunting blade. A gut hook, maybe? I felt my mouth go dry. Jamie started pacing. Tessa swore under her breath. Marcus tried calling for help, but we were deep in a no-signal zone. Lena climbed onto a stump to get higher ground. Still nothing. We had food, water, packs. The nearest ranger station was 6 miles down a gravel road, and from there, another 2 to the main access gate. Doable, but it would take a few hours. We voted quickly, grabbed essentials, left the tents. About a mile in, we saw movement behind us. Not close, just a flicker in the trees. A figure. At first, we thought it might be a ranger. Tessa even waved. Then the figure moved closer, tall, pale jacket, long arms. In one hand, a blade. The reflection of sunlight caught the steel just right, and I knew instantly. My knife. We ran. The road dipped and curved, carved through dense growth. No turns, no trail markers, just the winding gravel and the oppressive silence of the woods pressing in. Every so often, we'd look back. He was always there, walking, never running, but somehow keeping pace. We couldn't hear footsteps over our own, but now and then a branch would crack, or a bird would shoot skyward like it had been startled from below. After 2 miles, Lena twisted her ankle, badly. She tried to play it off, but she was limping hard. Jamie and Marcus took turns supporting her. Tessa and I stayed in front, watching for the road's end, praying for any sign of a vehicle. We heard the engine before we saw the truck. An old Ford, maybe 90s era. with a dusty red cab and a loaded flatbed. It came around the bend slow, like the driver was sightseeing. I ran into the middle of the road, waving both arms. The driver braked hard. A man, mid-60s maybe, in a worn ball cap and denim shirt. He looked us over and asked if we were all right. Tessa told him someone was chasing us. He didn't ask more, just opened the door and told us to get in. Marcus helped Lena into the cab. The rest of us climbed into the flatbed as the truck started moving again. I looked back down the road. He was standing in the center, maybe 60 feet back. Watching the knife in his hand caught the light again. He didn't chase, didn't raise his voice, just stood there, head tilted like he was memorizing every one of our faces. We didn't speak until we were out of the forest. The man dropped us at the ranger station. They called the local sheriff. When the deputies searched our site, they found the tent shredded and the fire pit dismantled. My sheath was still there, empty. We gave statements. They asked questions. No suspects, no prints, just tire slashes, missing gear, and vague footprints that disappeared near the road. None of us go camping anymore. Every so often I check outdoor forums for stories like ours. I haven't found anything exact, but sometimes I dream about that man. Always walking, always holding my knife, always getting closer. I wasn't the type to volunteer for a weekend without running water or cell service, but I'd agreed to go because I didn't want to be the reason the trip didn't happen. Gabe had planned it months in advance, a hike and campsite way out in the western part of the state, above a narrow creek tucked between two mountain ridges. No official trails, no established fire rings, just wilderness. We parked the car at a dead-end logging road and carried our gear in. It took 2 hours of steady climbing before the terrain opened up into a wide, fern-choked basin. We pitched 2 tents near a sloping bank above the creek, the closest flat spot we could find. There were 4 of us: me, Gabe, Tara, and Lonnie. Gabe was the one with the topo map and the bear spray. Tara brought her camera and the lightest pack I'd ever seen. Lonnie carried a machete for trail maintenance, though he barely used it. I was the only one who hadn't camped rough before. They joked about it, but not in a mean way. It felt good to be out there, disconnected. For the first few hours, we got settled, filtered water, and set up a small fire with wood Gabe gathered. That first night, we talked until the embers went cold. I woke up at one point to pee and noticed how black the sky was. No light pollution at all. Just stars so sharp they didn't look real. I thought I heard a branch snap across the creek, but I convinced myself it was a deer. I didn't mention it to the others in the morning. The first real sign something was off came late the next day. We'd gone upstream a ways to look at some exposed rock layers Gabe wanted to photograph. When we got back, a few things were missing. Tara's flip-flops, which she'd left near the creek, Lonnie's camp mug, my lighter. I checked every pocket of my pack, convinced I'd misplaced it. Gabe noticed his pocket knife was gone too. That was when he got serious. He did a full sweep of the camp and told us not to leave anything unattended. His voice had that clipped edge, like he was trying not to freak us out. Nobody laughed it off. We just kind of sat there, realizing someone had been close enough to take things, and none of us had seen them. That night, nobody was eager to sleep. We kept the fire going longer. Lonnie stayed up past midnight, sharpening a stick with a spare knife. Gabe kept in his bag. I kept turning around, expecting to see something in the tray line. Just after 1 in the morning, I noticed Tara was staring out toward the ridge. I followed her gaze and saw what she saw. There was someone standing on the far side of the creek. They didn't move, just stood there. I couldn't see their face, but the figure was tall and lean, with long hair that caught a little moonlight. Their clothes looked torn, loose. Their feet were bare. I kept waiting for them to move, to step back or speak or run, but they didn't. They just stood there watching. We didn't call out. Gabe grabbed the bear spray and kept it in his lap. Lonnie quietly passed the fire poker from one hand to the other. Tara didn't say anything, but I could see her knuckles white around the strap of her headlamp. I didn't do anything. I just watched that shape willing it to vanish. Eventually, after what felt like an hour but might have been less, they turned and walked into the woods. I didn't see where they went. It was like they dissolved into the dark. Nobody slept. We took turns staying awake. I kept thinking about the missing lighter, the missing knife, the bare feet. What kind of person hikes out this far without shoes? And why didn't they say anything? When dawn finally came, we packed up faster than I thought possible. Gabe folded the tents without saying a word. Tara hadn't taken a single photo since the day before. Lonnie didn't even bother finishing his instant coffee. We hiked out in silence. No one talked until we hit the car. I noticed a long scratch across the driver's side window, like someone had dragged a stick along the glass. We didn't report it. What would we say? That someone barefoot watched us for hours? That they took things but left the tents untouched? I still don't know if they were just some lost hiker or something else entirely. But every time I close my eyes, I see them across the creek, still, barefoot, watching. We were barely 10 minutes into unpacking when I first noticed something off. Not wrong, just off. The air around our chosen spot at Pine Hollow Campground had a stillness to it that didn't match the rustling canopy above. It was a managed site, marked on the map, cleared out and surrounded by trees spaced in that perfect unnatural way that told you someone had planned this place with a clipboard in hand. Everything was too orderly, and yet just down the slope, maybe 40 yards through the brush, was another camp. Old, faded, and at the time completely unexpected. Ben was fiddling with his jet boil and trying to make a joke out of the struggling flame when I spotted it. A circle of stones for a fire ring, some weather-worn nylon tents partially collapsed, and 2 folding chairs set up like someone had just stepped away. It wasn't on the map. There shouldn't have been anything there. Is that another site? I asked, but I already knew it wasn't. Ben squinted through the trees, pausing with his lighter half-clicked. Weird, he muttered, then called out once loud, casual like you might if you thought you were intruding. No one answered. We walked down together, crunching softly on dried leaves. The air felt cooler near the abandoned camp. The tents were covered in sap stains and pollen crust, their zippers stiff with age. One chair had a long tear across the seat. The other had a sun-faded logo on the back. I couldn't make out. There was a cooler closed and a canvas bag near the fire ring, but we didn't touch them. It's like they left in a hurry, Ben said, and I nodded, uneasy. We took a few phone pictures and headed back up to our gear. I remember thinking we should report it, not because it was alarming yet, but because it didn't belong. You don't just leave a camp to rot like that in a managed zone. We had cell service. I called the ranger station and explained what we found. The ranger who answered sounded bored at first, then skeptical. He asked us to describe it again. I gave him landmarks. He said he'd send someone in the morning to check, but that no one should be down there. I hung up and felt a strange pressure lift, like telling someone made it more real and maybe less threatening. Ben lit the jet boil again, and we started prepping a quick dinner. 10 minutes later, I glanced downhill again. The camp was gone. Not wrecked, not burned, not collapsed, gone. Every trace of it, even the grass where the fire ring had been, looked undisturbed. I walked back down. Ben followed. We both stood in the same spot, our boots where the other camps had been, surrounded by absolute nothing. He kept laughing in that nervous, awkward way some people do when something doesn't compute. Maybe it was never there, he said, like a mirage or something. But we had the pictures. I opened my phone, scrolled to the camera roll, and stared at the blank gray thumbnails refusing to load. One by one, they corrupted in front of us. Just gray. Ben stopped laughing. That night, we tried not to talk about it. We built our fire small and low. We drank lukewarm beer. We told dumb stories. I made a point of not looking down the hill after dark. Ben joked that maybe we'd just been nearsighted and paranoid, that this would all make a good story to tell when we were back home. By midnight, the fire was low, and we were both on edge. Every twig crack or gust of wind felt deliberate. There were no other campers around. We checked earlier, there were only 2 other cars in the lot, both far from our section. Then the footsteps started. Soft, measured, circling, not through brush, but right at the perimeter of our camp, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Too smooth to be an animal, too slow for someone just passing by. They went clockwise, then paused, then counterclockwise. We stood, flashlights in hand, scanning in every direction, but the beams only caught trunks and darkness. No eye shine, no movement, just the sound of something deliberately walking the loop around us. We didn't speak. I could feel the breath in my throat, stuck there like a stone. Then Ben froze. "Look," he whispered, pointing downhill. The abandoned campsite was back. Same tents, same chairs, same exact layout. But now it was closer. Not at the bottom of the slope, but halfway up, like it had been placed there carefully while we weren't looking. There'd been no sound, no motion, just a blink, and it was there. We didn't check it. We didn't need to. Ben said something about getting out, and I agreed before he finished the sentence. We grabbed what we could, phones, keys, wallets, and left everything else behind. Our packs, food, stove, the firewood we'd gathered. All of it. We didn't look back. We made it to the car in record time, the dark at our backs like a second presence. On the drive out, Ben kept checking the rear view like he expected something to be there. I didn't speak. My hand shook on the wheel the whole way. The next day, we came back with a Ranger. There was nothing. Not our sight. Not the other. No gear. No disturbed soil. No footprints. No fire ring. Just an untouched patch of forest as if no one had been there in weeks. They asked if we were sure we had the right spot. I showed them the GPS pin I dropped. We stood exactly where we'd slept. I recognized the twisted trunk of a nearby pine, the slope of the land. But it was all blank now. Ben hasn't camped since. I've tried a few more times. Always in group sites, always with noise and light and people around. But I never go near Pine Hollow. I never drive that road. Sometimes I'll dream of that night. I'll hear the footsteps again, circling, not running, not chasing, just walking, patiently, waiting. And when I wake up, I always check the corners of my room first, like maybe something followed us back. We set out just after noon, shouldering packs heavier than they needed to be. The plan was simple. Hike 3 hours into a lakeside clearing. None of us had visited before. Pitch tents, make a fire. Maybe fish if we felt like it. No cell reception. No trail markers beyond a weathered wood post. About 2 miles in. Just trees, water, and the sound of our own footsteps. There were 4 of us. Jonah and Chris had done the route last summer. Said it was remote but beautiful. They brought Chris's cousin Nick, who'd never camped before, and I came along mostly to get out of town. I'd camped more than the others, not professionally or anything, just enough to know how to read a trail map and recognize certain animal tracks. That last part started to matter around the halfway mark. We'd followed a game trail along a ridge, the lake somewhere beyond it, when I spotted the first paw print, broad, wide-set toes and deep. The ground was soft from a rain earlier that week, and the edges were fresh, bare, big one. I pointed it out. Jonah gave a half-interested shrug. Chris tried to compare it to his hand. Nick laughed, but quieter after that. We saw more signs as we pushed forward. Scratched bark on a pine. Another partial print crossing a patch of moss. They weren't all in a straight line, but they clustered toward the lake. I kept my thoughts to myself. But I didn't like it. The trail dipped and the trees opened up just after 4. The lake wasn't huge, but it was still and clear, like someone had stretched a sheet of glass across the hollow. We found a flat patch beneath a few tall birches, set up the tents, and got a fire going. Jonah cracked open a beer from his pack and tossed one to Chris. I didn't drink. Around dusk, we heard a splash from the far end of the lake. None of us saw what caused it. Probably a fish, maybe something sliding off a rock. but Nick glanced at the woods behind us like he expected something to step out. I caught his look and gave him a nod, not to reassure him, but to let him know I'd noticed too. We cooked hot dogs over the fire, half burnt and cracking open at the ends. The smell of the meat hung heavy in the air. I offered to hang the trash and the food in the bear bag, but no one else wanted to bother. Jonah mumbled something about sleeping with a knife. By 10, the fire had burned low. The sky was cloudless but moonless, which made the forest feel closer, darker. We climbed into our tents, Jonah and Chris in one, Nick and I in the other. I lay there listening to the wind move through the trees, the occasional creak of a branch. I heard something heavier once, but I couldn't tell if it was footsteps or just my own heart pounding in my ears. I fell asleep sometime after midnight. When I woke, the world outside was steel gray, dawn, just before sunrise, and I knew immediately what had pulled me out of sleep. A scream. It wasn't close. It came from somewhere on the other side of the lake, across the still water, but it was sharp and human, not the panicked shout of someone startled. This was long, ragged, like whoever it was didn't care what heard them. I sat up. Nick was still asleep. I stayed quiet. I didn't unzip the tent. A moment later, I heard movement. Not across the lake this time. In the woods behind us, about 30 yards back. Dry leaves shifted, and something heavy broke a branch. It was deliberate, not wind, not a deer. The sound moved parallel to our camp. Too steady to be someone running. Too quiet to be anything big on 2 feet. I waited, then it stopped. After a long minute, I slipped out of the tent. My boots were cold. The air had that damp bite that only happens at dawn in the woods. Everything looked washed out, like an old photograph. The fire was dead. No one else was awake. I crouched near a tree and scanned the woods. Nothing moved. The trees stood still and silent, watching. Then something caught my eye. Just a flicker farther back between 2 trunks. Not a shape, not a person. More like a shift in the light, as if something had passed by and changed the way the shadows fell. I stood and backed toward the tents. Just as I reached mine, Chris called out, groggy and annoyed. "You hear that scream?" he asked. He unzipped their tent. His face was pale. Jonah was behind him, rubbing his eyes. Nick stirred inside ours, and I ducked back in. "Stay here," I told him. "Something's not right." They wanted to check it out, of course. Jonah grabbed the hatchet. Chris pulled out a flashlight, even though it was getting brighter by the minute. I said no. Wait. I reminded them about the bear signs. The scream didn't sound like someone calling for help. It sounded like someone who already needed it. We argued quietly until the sun cleared the trees. Then we agreed to stay put. If it had been another camper, we'd hear more. A second call, some movement, but nothing came. Around 8, Nick found a tree with fresh claw marks behind our tents. They were high, higher than I could reach with my arms up, fresh enough that the bark was still curling. We left by 10. None of us wanted to admit we were scared, but we packed fast and kept glancing at the woods. I walked at the back, watching the trail behind us. Halfway up the ridge, I spotted another print. Deep, newer than the one from before. We didn't talk much on the way out. I don't think any of us knew what we would have done if we'd actually found something, or someone. There wasn't any cell service until we were nearly back to the road. I never reported the scream. I wouldn't know what to say. That we heard something we couldn't explain in a place we shouldn't have been. That it didn't sound like a bear, but it didn't sound entirely human either. A week later, I checked the news. No missing persons, no accidents reported near the lake. It's not on any official maps anymore. Just a name on an old trail post and a memory I can't quite put away. Sometimes I wake up just before dawn, heart pounding. Sure, I heard it again. The wind picked up around mile 7, coming down through the switchbacks in loose, dusty swirls. Dry pine needles skittered across the trail like insects trying to outrun something. It was early afternoon, sun still high, not a cloud in sight, and we were a few thousand feet above the valley floor, where cell service and roads disappeared like breath on glass. Lena and I had taken this trail 3 times before, but never this late in the season. The weather held steady, but the crowds had thinned and the forest had that hollow listening feel that only settles in once summer's weight lifts. You could hike a full day up here now and not see a soul. We'd just finished the last major climb before the ridge, when we saw him, a man coming up the trail in the opposite direction, slow but steady. He had a large canvas pack and wore jeans, actual denim, which told me he wasn't a regular hiker. His beard was long and patchy, and the way he kept glancing up from under his hat felt off. Not threatening exactly, but not casual either. He stopped a few feet away and greeted us with an odd smile. Too wide, too rehearsed. He said his name was Tom. We exchanged the usual trail chatter, where you headed, where you came from, water sources ahead, but he lingered, letting silences stretch longer than they needed to. Lena shifted her weight. I watched the way his eyes never quite met mine, always landing just over my shoulder or to the side of Lena's face. Then he said it. He'd been hoping to find some company for the night, that it got lonely out here, and he'd feel better knowing there were others nearby. His voice was calm, almost friendly, but something about the way he framed it made my gut tense. I told him we were heading a bit further before making camp. He nodded slowly and said, "Mind if I tag along?" Just like that. Not like a question, like a thing already decided. Lena was already stepping past him. I followed without agreeing or disagreeing, but he fell into pace behind us anyway. We hiked for another 40 minutes. I tried to pick up speed subtly, hoping he'd fall back or give up, but every time I glanced back, there he was, less than 20 feet behind, eyes low, mouth set in a neutral line. We reached the overlook by late afternoon. It was a good, flat clearing with some natural wind shelter from the rock wall. We'd used it before. I dropped my pack and turned, thinking maybe he'd decide this wasn't for him and move on. Instead, Tom set his bag down without a word and started unpacking. A small folding stool, a camp pot, something wrapped in a dark cloth that he didn't open right away. Lena shot me a look. I didn't need words to know what she was thinking. I walked a little ways off, pretending to gather tinder, and muttered that we needed to leave early the next day, before first light. She nodded. That night, we didn't light a fire. We kept our headlamps low and stayed close to our gear. Tom talked in short bursts, nothing that made sense as conversation. He told a story about a lost dog, then a different story about a guy who went missing up here a few years back. His voice never changed pitch. He just dropped facts, real or invented, in the dark between us. He asked if we'd seen the stars yet, said we should lie flat and look up. When we didn't move, he repeated it, a little louder. "Come on, flat on your backs. It's different that way." Lena faked a yawn and said we were calling it early. Tom just stared for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Suit yourselves," he said, and sat cross-legged near his pack, facing us. We lay in our bags, eyes open, listening. He didn't sleep, didn't even lie down. I watched his silhouette stay upright until the moon rose high enough to edge him in silver. He sat still for over an hour. Then, just as I started to nod off, he stood up and walked a few feet to the left, then back, then off to the right. Not far, just small, deliberate patrols around the campsite perimeter. At one point, I saw him pick something up. The wrapped bundle. He moved it in and out of his pack a few times, never unwrapping it. At some point, he stood directly between us and the trail out. Just stood there, staring into the trees. Neither Lena nor I spoke. We just lay there, eyes wide in the dark, until the first streaks of dawn bent over the ridge. By then, we'd already made our decision. I tapped Lena once, slow and deliberate. She nodded. We packed fast, barely speaking. No breakfast, no cleanup, just boots on, bag strapped and poles out. Tom was still sitting when we started moving. He didn't say goodbye, just watched us with that too wide grin as we shouldered our packs and stepped onto the trail. We didn't follow the switchbacks. We cut straight down the slope where we could, Off trail, through bramble and deadfall, anything to put distance between us. By noon, we'd cleared what usually took us 2 days. My legs were screaming. Lena's boots tore at the heel. Neither of us cared. It wasn't until we crossed the ranger-maintained fire road that I let myself glance back. Nothing there, just trees, wind, and the growing distance between where we'd slept and where we finally felt safe again. We didn't file a report. What would we say? That a man camped too close? That he watched us without blinking? That we ran because his silence weighed too heavily? No one was hurt. Nothing happened. But I've been on dozens of trails since. Slept alone under stars. Shared meals with strangers by lakes and lean-tos. And I've never had that feeling again. That bone-deep certainty that something or someone was just waiting for me to blink first. I still don't know what was in the cloth-wrapped bundle. I don't want to know. But sometimes when I close my eyes to sleep in the backcountry, I see a man sitting cross-legged just beyond the reach of firelight, waiting for someone to lie down first. We pulled in around 9 that morning, our trucks crunching slowly down the gravel path that split off from the main road. The lake was barely visible through the trees, but the sunlight shimmered off the surface in patches between the leaves. It was quiet in that kind of way that makes you lower your voice without thinking birds high up in the canopy, a breeze working through the early summer green. But no traffic, no phones, no background hum. Just us, 3 couples out to spend a weekend off-grid. I'd been here before, not this exact site, but close, maybe a mile west along the lake edge. Grew up hiking these trails and fishing these waters. I told them we'd find a flat patch to set up camp, far enough from the water to keep things dry if it rained, but close enough to get the breeze. And we did. Perfect spot. Sunlight dappled through the high branches, no sign of other campers, and a wide clearing with soft pine needle bedding underfoot. Everyone piled out, stretching and laughing. Mark and Jess had brought too much gear, as usual. Jamie was already poking around the edge of the trees with his girlfriend. Nora trying to find a place to hang the hammock. Kat, my girlfriend, didn't move right away. She stood next to the truck with her arms folded tight across her chest, eyes sweeping the tree line like she was waiting for something to step out. "You good?" I asked, tossing her a bottle of water. She caught it, but didn't drink. "Yeah, I don't know. Feels weird here. Feels like the middle of nowhere." Which is what we wanted. She nodded but didn't look convinced. We spent the next couple hours setting up. Tents went up easy. Fire ring cleared. Everyone was in good spirits except Kat. She helped, but half-heartedly like she was distracted, kept glancing over her shoulder, or standing still a beat too long while holding something in her hands. "Feels off," she said again, once when it was just the 2 of us grabbing kindling near the trees. "Like it's too quiet. Like something's watching." I crouched down, snapping small dead branches. "That's just your city brain trying to adjust to actual silence." She didn't laugh. By early afternoon, we were mostly done setting up. Jamie had caught a few small fish near the inlet. Jess had managed to unpack what felt like half a kitchen from her cooler. Mark was chopping wood. It should have been perfect. Warm air, cold drinks, no schedule. But that tension in Kat didn't go away. It clung to her like humidity. She kept saying she had a headache, that her skin felt prickly, that the trees felt too close even though the clearing was wide. And every time someone joked or teased her about being a city girl, she didn't bite back. She just looked more and more withdrawn. Around 3, she said she needed a walk and headed off by herself, following the trail along the water's edge. I let her go. Thought maybe the space would help. 10 minutes later, I followed her. I found her maybe half a mile down, sitting on a large flat rock that jutted out into the lake. Her shoes were off, toes just barely touching the water. She didn't hear me approach. "You okay?" I asked, keeping my voice low. She didn't answer at first. Then she said, "When we first got here, the moment I stepped out of the truck, it felt like I'd been here before. But I know I haven't. Deja vu? Not exactly. It was like I remembered something I'd never actually lived. Like I knew something bad had happened here, or was going to happen. I sat beside her. The lake lapped soft against the rock. There was a steady breeze. It should have been peaceful, but she wasn't wrong. The silence had started to feel a little unnatural, like a vacuum. Even the birds were quiet now. I tried to play it down. You probably read some scary story about a lake, and your brain just linked it. This place isn't haunted or cursed or anything. She shook her head. It's not about ghosts. It's like there's something wrong under the surface, like we're not supposed to be here. We went back after a while. I didn't say anything to the others. Didn't want to start a panic over nothing. But I did notice something strange on the way back. A long, narrow patch of ground along the path where the pine needles and leaves had been cleared, almost like a dragging mark. No footprints, just a bare streak cutting through the forest floor. Kat didn't seem to notice it. I didn't point it out. Back at camp, everything looked the same. Fire crackling, drinks being passed around, jokes flying. But the shadow of Kat's unease had taken root in me. I started noticing things. The breeze didn't touch the far side of the lake. The trees across the water didn't move at all, even when gusts made our sway. The fish we cleaned that evening all had small blackish nodules under their gills, like cysts. Jamie joked about mutant fish and tossed them on the fire anyway. When the sun started to drop, I noticed we hadn't seen a single other person all day. Not on the lake, not on the trails, not even in the distance. That night, nobody could sleep. The tents were stuffy. The ground was too lumpy. Someone kept coughing. But more than that, there was this thick, buzzing stillness outside. No insects, no owls, no night sounds at all. Just a pressing silence that felt like it was listening. Around 2 a.m., Kate sat bolt upright beside me in the tent. I reached for her, but she wasn't looking at me. She was staring through the tent wall toward the woods, eyes wide. "Someone's out there," she whispered. I listened. Nothing. Not even leaves. She got up, unzipped the tent, and stepped out barefoot. I followed her immediately, heart thudding. She stood just outside, staring into the dark trees. "I saw someone," she said. "They were watching us from the trail." I looked. There was nothing but black between the trunks. I told her it was probably a dream. She didn't answer, just turned and went to sit by the dead fire pit. In the morning, Kat wouldn't talk. She packed her things quietly and told me she needed to leave. Alone if she had to. That set everyone off. Questions, confusion, irritation. She wouldn't explain, just kept saying she had to go, that we weren't safe here, that something was wrong with the place. Not in a horror movie way, but in a slow, rotting way. Like the ground was sick. I offered to leave with her, but she said no. Said she didn't want to bring whatever it was with her. She left by 10 a.m., following the gravel road back toward the highway on foot. No one stopped her. It was like we all felt something we didn't want to name. The rest of us stayed another night. We told ourselves she'd had a panic attack, or maybe a bad memory triggered by the setting. We kept busy. Played music off a solar speaker, pretended it was just another camping trip. That second night, I woke up to a sound I still can't explain. Not a scream, not an animal. It was low and wet, like breath being pulled through thick mud. It didn't echo, it didn't rise or fall. Just this steady sucking noise that came from all around like it was coming through the trees themselves. I stayed frozen in my sleeping bag. I didn't even wake the others. I just lay there, eyes wide open until the sound stopped. In the morning, we found all the fish had gone. The cooler was still sealed, untouched, but the fish inside were gone. No smell, no residue, just a dry plastic bottom. We left before noon. Kat never told me what she saw that night. She broke things off a few weeks later. Said she couldn't explain it, but that being around me made it harder to forget. She's out west now, living off-grid. I went back to that lake once, late that fall, alone, just to see the trees were bare. The water was low, but the air still felt wrong. I didn't stay more than an hour. Every now and then I get a dream about the dragging mark through the pine needles, and the thing that might have made it, but I never see it, just feel it. moving slow, just beyond the corner of my eye, always watching, always waiting. It was the kind of trail where you rarely passed more than a few people. Even on a Saturday, dense pines swallowed sound, and the low afternoon sun sliced through the branches in slanted bars of light. I ran that route every weekend, 5 miles out, 5 back, same loop. I knew the terrain by feel more than sight, roots like frozen ropes under the soil, the sharp bend where a pine had fallen years ago, the clearing where the trail opened up briefly before slipping into the dark again. I liked the silence out there, no phones, no engines, just the rhythm of my feet and my breath, and the wind threading through the trees. But that afternoon, something was off. I first noticed him near mile 3. He wasn't running, just walking steadily in the same direction as me. That wasn't unusual. People hike all the time, but something about the way he moved unsettled me. His arms stayed stiff at his sides. He didn't carry a water bottle or a day pack. His clothes were dark, too warm for the weather. Long sleeves, jeans, boots. I passed him with a nod, barely slowing. He didn't return it. I kept running, hoping he was just some guy out for a walk who didn't like strangers. But 20 minutes later, I heard the footsteps again. Not from ahead, behind. There were no loops on that stretch. No way he could have gotten in front of me and doubled back unless he'd sprinted through the brush and cut across a ridge. I picked up the pace. My lungs burned slightly and sweat itched down my spine. I glanced back once. Through a break in the trees, he was there. Same clothes, same distance, still walking. I didn't know why, but panic began to pull at my ribs like something alive. I slowed down just before mile 5 to tie my shoe. Half an excuse to listen. The woods were quiet, but the moment I stopped, I caught the faint crunch of leaves. Measured, intentional. He was matching my pauses. I yanked the laces tight and veered off the main trail. Not far, just enough to buy some distance. There was a faint deer path that twisted uphill, barely more than a game trail, thick with low-hanging branches. I ducked into it, branches whipping my arms and face, and ran. I know those woods. I knew if I could reach the top of that hill, I could cut down toward the fire road and circle back to the parking lot without using the main trail again. It wasn't the easy route, but it was faster if you didn't care about tripping over rocks and roots. The hill shredded my legs. Thorns grabbed at my sleeves. I kept running. Halfway up, I heard him again. Still behind me. Closer. He wasn't running. But the sound of him, steady, unhurried, never faded. I didn't dare look back again. I pushed harder. At the ridge, the trees thinned, and sunlight burst into my eyes. I squinted, trying to get my bearings. The fire road was down there, past a slope littered with loose shale. No trail, just a drop. I half ran, half slid down the embankment. Gravel spilled under my shoes. My knee barked in protest when I twisted to keep from falling. At the bottom, I stumbled onto the fire road and kept moving. My breath came ragged now. I didn't know how close he was. I didn't stop to check. The road curved wide before opening near the trailhead lot. I saw the glint of my car in the distance, empty and waiting in the mid-afternoon sun. When I reached it, I didn't look back. I yanked the door open, climbed inside, and locked it. Then I looked up. There, across the lot, just at the tree line, he stood silent, watching. His clothes were streaked with dust now. His hands were empty, but something about the way they hung at his sides made my stomach turn. I didn't think. I just grabbed my phone and called 911. I told them I was being followed, that a man had trailed me for over a mile through the woods, that he hadn't spoken, hadn't responded, just kept coming. They told me to stay in the car. A deputy was en route. I stayed. I watched him, and he watched me. He didn't approach. He didn't leave. He just stood there like a post, like something left behind when the world moved on. Minutes passed like hours. Then the cruiser pulled into the lot. When the man saw it, he turned. Not ran, just turned and started walking away, as if nothing had happened. The deputy got out, hand resting lightly on his sidearm, and called out. I saw the man stop, saw the tension in his shoulders. Then he slowly raised his hands. The deputy approached carefully, said something I couldn't hear, and the man didn't resist. Another cruiser arrived as backup. They searched him, and that's when I saw it, held up in a plastic evidence bag, a large kitchen knife. The deputy came to my window later, asked me to describe what had happened. I told him everything when I'd seen the man, how he'd followed me, how I'd tried to lose him. He nodded slowly. You did the right thing getting off the trail, he said. I asked if the man had said anything, if he'd explained. The deputy shook his head, didn't answer a single question, just stared at the ground. He was taken into custody. I was free to go. The parking lot was quiet again, just wind pushing through the pines and the cooling tick of my engine. I didn't run that trail again, and I never will. It started like most of our adventures did, too loud, too confident, and too stupid for our own good. We were 5, me, Riley, Hannah, Marcus, and Jules. We'd driven down to Florida for spring break, chasing the kind of cheap thrill you get from doing something you know you shouldn't. Riley had found an old map online, half legible and water-stained, marking off a patch of state-owned forest with a bold red X. Above it, someone had scrawled in marker, "Do not enter, not safe." That was all it took. By early afternoon, we were pushing past rusted fencing that had long since stopped serving any real purpose. Signs saying no trespassing swung lazily in the breeze. One was nailed sideways to a pine. Another lay on the ground, cracked in half buried in dirt. I stepped over it like it was nothing. The trees changed slowly at first. Pines and palms gave way to something else. Their bark went pale, not gray like driftwood, but white, bone white. They stood stripped of any leaves. Not dead exactly, but dried out, like something had sucked the life from them and left only husks behind. We joked about it, how it looked like a horror movie set, but even then, something about the silence gave me pause. I remember reaching out to touch the bark. It crumbled under my fingers, dry as ash. Then came the voices. At first I thought it was wind, but there was no rustling, no breeze, just a low murmur like whispers passed between trees, too low to make out words. I looked around, thinking someone was screwing with us, but everyone else was already pausing, listening. Then we all heard it, clear as day. Leave. One word, dry and flat as if spoken from behind a wall. Jules looked at me with a forced grin like she wanted to laugh it off but couldn't find the air. Riley muttered something about speakers hidden in the trees, an old government prank or psychological experiment, but his voice cracked when he said it. Still, we pressed on. We weren't amateurs. We'd done hikes, explored ruins, even gotten chased off private land by locals before. But this was different. The deeper we went, the more wrong things felt. The trees crowded tighter together, pale limbs twisting overhead, blotting out the sun in patches. By the time we realized how far we'd gone, the sky had turned dull and gray, smeared like smoke across the horizon. That's when Marcus disappeared. 1 second he was walking ahead of me, laughing about something Jules said. The next, nothing. No scream, no footstep, no sound. He was just gone. We froze. Jules called out first. Marcus? Then louder. Marcus, we backtracked to where he'd just been. There were his footprints. They ended mid-stride. No sign of a scuffle. No snapped twigs. Nothing but that whispering sound again. Louder now. More voices joining in. Leave now. Leave, leave. I felt it then. Something watching. I turned in slow circles, scanning the trees. Every time I blinked, it felt like the branches shifted. Shadows twitched. My skin crawled. Riley pulled out his phone to call for help, but he couldn't get a signal. None of us could. Panic set in. Hannah wanted to go back, retrace our steps, but which way was back? The forest looked the same in every direction. an endless corridor of white trunks and silent soil. We argued. Riley said we should stay put and wait for Marcus to come back. Jules started crying. We walked anyway. No one talked now. We moved fast, eyes darting from tree to tree. The light had shifted again, fading faster than it should. I checked my watch. It was barely past 5, but the sky looked like dusk, and the forest only grew quieter. Hannah vanished next. Next, she'd lagged behind, only by a few feet. I turned to say something to her, and she was gone. No sound, no sign, one blink, and that was it. Riley lost it. He started yelling her name, crashing through the brush in random directions. Jules tried to follow him but tripped, scraping her hands. I helped her up. We both looked around, trees everywhere. The same pale bark. No birds, no wind. Then I saw it. Eyes. At first I thought they were knots in the wood, strange shadows on the trunks. But they moved. Slow, deliberate blinks. 3 sets, one above the other, camouflaged perfectly against the bark. Watching, always watching. I didn't scream. I couldn't. Riley came stumbling back toward us, face white, breathing hard. He said he saw something move. Tall, thin, too fast to be human. We didn't ask questions. We just ran. The forest shifted as we moved. Paths that had been clear before twisted into thickets. The ground sloped in places that had been flat. It was like the place wanted to keep us, or funnel us. Then Jules tripped again. I turned, just in time to see her body jerk upward, snatched into the trees like a puppet on invisible strings. No sound. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. Just a flailing silhouette against that pale backdrop, and then gone. Riley froze. I grabbed his arm and pulled him, and this time he followed. Night fell fast. Too fast. The kind of dark you only get in deep woods, where no light touches the ground. My legs ached. My lungs burned. But I didn't stop. Not until we saw the fence again, twisted, rusted, and half fallen. But real. I almost didn't believe it. We pushed through, fell to the ground on the other side, gasping. We didn't speak for a long time. Eventually, we stumbled back to the car. Riley drove even though his hands shook the whole way. I stared out the window, trying not to look at the trees that still lined the road. I thought I saw those eyes again, just once, in the rearview mirror. 3 stacked pairs, blinking slowly. We told the police. They searched, of course. Sent in dogs, helicopters, the whole 9 yards. Nothing. No tracks, no trace, just a few white trees deep in the forest, scorched at the roots, brittle to the touch. They questioned us for days, took our phones, our clothes, treated us like suspects. But in the end, they let us go. Too little evidence. Too weird. It's been a year now. Riley won't talk about it. He moved up north. Deleted all his social media. I haven't seen him since. I still dream about it, about the trees, the silence, those blinking eyes. Sometimes I wake up with white dust on my hands and I don't know how it got there. I never went back. But sometimes when I'm driving at night, I swear I see those same trees along the highway, dry, white, and waiting. It was during one of those heavy-aired summer days when the sun sits high and mean, baking the tops of cornfields and turning every breeze into a tease. Sam and I had exhausted every corner of his family's farm, raced stick boats down the irrigation trench, built a fort in the hayloft, even dared each other to climb the rusted water tower until his dad came out shouting. So when Sam suggested we check out the woods behind the north pasture, I didn't hesitate. It wasn't deep forest, not like in the stories, but it was enough. Tangled, unkempt trees with underbrush that clawed at your legs, and the kind of shade that smelled like old leaves and damp bark. It was quiet in a way I wasn't used to. Even the bugs seemed to hush up once we crossed the barbed wire fence that marked the end of the pasture. Sam walked ahead, machete in hand. His dad's dulled by years of neglect. He swung it without rhythm, more for show than function. but it helped us cut a path. About 20 minutes in, we hit the old stone wall. It ran half buried through the trees, broken in places, coated with moss thick enough to squeeze water from. Past that, maybe 50 yards, we found the well. It was squat and wide, no roof or crank, just a ring of gray stones swallowing a hole. A crumbling wooden cover leaned against it, warped and split down the middle. Sam walked straight up, dropped to his knees, and peered in. I hung back. He whistled. "It's deep." I knelt beside him. The air above it felt cooler, like it was breathing. I could just make out the glint of water far below, but not clearly. It was more the absence of light that told me it was there. The inside walls were lined with the same stone, rough and dark with age, and I saw something that might have been a pipe jutting out near the top, rusted shut. We didn't speak for a while. There was something about it that made words feel off. Then Sam said he thought he saw something move down there. I asked what, and he said he wasn't sure. Maybe a fish. That didn't make any sense, but I didn't press it. Instead, we dropped stones. Not pebbles. Real rocks. Ones we could barely lift. Each time, we'd listen for the splash. It took longer than I expected. Longer than made sense, maybe. I told Sam it felt wrong. He laughed, but didn't argue. We started heading back, brushing burrs off our socks, talking about lunch. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the well. I kept imagining it in the dark, open and waiting. My window was cracked, and every time a breeze came through, it carried the smell of damp stone. The next day, we returned with a flashlight and one of those disposable cameras Sam's mom kept in the junk drawer. The flashlight barely reached the bottom. It hit water, but the reflection came back strange, warped like it was moving. Sam took pictures anyway. He leaned over farther than I liked, bracing himself on the lip. At one point, I swear the wind picked up and pushed against my back. Even though the trees were still, I didn't say anything. He wouldn't have believed me. We kept coming back, even when we didn't plan to. It became part of our routine. Feed the dogs, do chores, then go exploring, which really meant sitting by the well, dropping in things we found. Pine cones, soda cans, once a half-burned doll from the trash pile. Each time we'd listen, wait for the splash. Sometimes it came, sometimes it didn't. About a week in, Sam brought a rope. We could go down a bit, he said, just to see. It was the kind of rope used to tie down hay bales. Thick and stiff. He'd tied a knot every foot or so, like he'd seen in movies. I told him it wasn't a good idea, that the rocks weren't stable, and the rope wasn't long enough. He rolled his eyes, but he didn't argue. Instead, he tied a stick to one end and lowered it in like a plumb line. It hit water faster than I expected, faster than the rocks had. Anyway, he marked the spot with his thumb and pulled it back up. The stick was wet, but it smelled off, not just musty but sour, metallic. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. He smelled it too. That night I had a dream. I was standing at the edge of the well, looking down, and something was looking back. Not with eyes exactly, just a sense, like being seen all over at once. I woke up with the covers twisted around my legs and a nosebleed crusted down one nostril. The next day, Sam was quiet. He hadn't slept well either. We didn't go to the well. Instead, we rode bikes down to the feed store and tried to talk about normal stuff. It didn't stick. The day after that, we went back. Something had changed. The cover, useless as it was, had been dragged over the top again. The groove in the moss and dirt was fresh, like someone had pulled it. But there were no footprints, no broken twigs, no signs of anyone but us. Sam lifted it off. The air that came out was wrong. Not just cold, it smelled sharp, like bleach and iron and something sweet rotting underneath. We both stepped back. I told him we should stop coming. He didn't answer. The next time we came, he brought his dad's old Polaroid, said he wanted a real picture. He leaned in, aimed, clicked. The photo spit out slow, whined like it was struggling. We waited for it to develop. When it did, it was wrong. Not blank, but washed out, overexposed at the edges, and in the center something like a reflection but twisted like someone had dragged a finger through the emulsion. No shape, no face, just a smudge that didn't look accidental. He took another. Same thing. He tore them up and tossed the pieces in the woods. That night I heard water dripping in my room. There was no source. I checked everything, windows, ceiling, pipes. Dry. But the sound went on, slow, steady. It stopped just before dawn. Sam called the next morning. He sounded tired, said he wasn't going back. I didn't argue. Weeks passed. School started. We told ourselves it was just boredom, overactive imaginations. Heat stroke maybe, but we never went near those woods again. His dad's farm sold off the back acres that winter, and a new barbed wire fence went up, cutting off the trail we'd used. The last time I saw the well was from a distance, during a walk up the ridge on the far side of the property. The trees had thinned from logging, and I could just make out the stone circle through the undergrowth. It looked smaller than I remembered, more like a scar than a structure. Sometimes I dream about it, always in daylight, always with that same heavy stillness. And always, just before I wake, there's a sound rising from below, echoing up the shaft. Not a splash, a voice, calling my name. I used to think nothing could really scare me. Not in the way people mean when they say they're scared. I wasn't afraid of the dark, didn't flinch at horror movies, and even volunteered to walk home alone just to prove a point. I was 16, and that was the age when fear felt like something you could conquer just by laughing in its face. There's this park on the east side of Baltimore, Patterson Grove. Everyone calls it just the Grove. It's not much during the day. A few ball fields, some picnic benches, the usual stretches of overgrown brush that no one maintains. But at night it changes. The lights along the paths flicker or stay out altogether, and the deeper into the park you go, the more the city sounds fade. No more car horns or chatter, just wind through the trees and the occasional echo from the nearby freeway. It was a Friday night in October, already cold enough to see your breath. I'd been out with my friends near the north entrance, just messing around. Someone brought a Bluetooth speaker. We dared each other to climb the old rusted monkey bars, talked about school, college, usual stuff. By around 10, people started heading out. I told them I'd hang back, ride my bike home through the longer park trail instead of the main road. Faster this way, I said. That wasn't true. I just liked the quiet. I started pedaling slow, letting the cold settle on my cheeks. The path dipped between some trees, and the glow from the park entrance faded until it was just my bike light slicing ahead in a narrow beam. I wasn't scared. I was used to these trails. I'd ridden them before. But as I got to the fork near the old maintenance shed, I heard it. A voice. It wasn't loud, just a low, clear tone carried on the wind. Hey, come here a sec. I stopped pedaling, coasting as my brakes squeaked a little. At first I thought maybe someone was messing with me, one of the guys following me as a prank. I looked around, but all I saw were empty trees and the outline of the shed up ahead. Then the voice came again, softer but closer. Over here. It's okay. It was coming from a clump of bushes just off the trail. Right past the bend, there was a patch of open dirt between the path and those bushes, lit faintly by a busted lamppost that still managed to glow orange at the base. I stood up on the pedals, squinting, trying to see movement, and that's when I noticed the figure, crouched low, almost level with the brush, as if they'd been sitting there a long time. I could only make out a shape, a shoulder, part of a head, but the way they were hunched didn't look right. Too still, too deliberate, like they were waiting for something. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. My breath had started to fog up my face, and I felt it stick to my lips. Then came the sound that yanked the breath right out of my chest. Stalked. It was the unmistakable sound of a blade being drawn from something, not like in the movies. This was slower, scratchier, metal scraping against something hard. I don't know how I knew it wasn't just a stick or some piece of trash, but I did. Something about the weight behind the sound. It was practiced, meant to be heard. I didn't wait to see more. I dropped my body forward and jammed my feet into the pedals, turning so sharp my back tire slipped on the loose gravel. I felt it fishtail, but I caught myself and shot back the way I came. No looking back, no questions, just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of my tires hitting every bump on the path. The cold didn't register anymore. My hands burned against the handlebars and my legs pumped like something was chasing me. I didn't hear footsteps. Nothing chased. Not in the open. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following just beyond the line of trees. Matching pace unseen, waiting for a chance. I didn't stop until I reached the south exit of the park, where the streetlights flickered to life and traffic passed by like normal. I veered hard into the lot outside a gas station and jumped off the bike, chest heaving. My phone was slick in my palm, but I texted 3 of my friends anyway. Didn't call, didn't want to explain it out loud, just typed someone hiding near the bushes at the Grove, had a knife. Don't go back that way. One replied right away with a laughing emoji, followed by "You serious?" I didn't answer. I stayed there for a long time, leaning against the wall, watching the entrance to the park like something might come spilling out of the dark at any second. Nothing did. But I couldn't bring myself to get back on the bike right away either. Later that night, after I finally made it home, I kept thinking about how close I had come to pedaling just a few feet off the path. If I'd actually gone toward the voice. If I hadn't heard that sound, I told myself it was probably just someone messing around. A squatter maybe, or another teenager trying to scare people. That's what I told my friends the next day when I brought it up again. Laughed it off, said it was probably nothing, but even now I remember the way the voice sounded. Not rushed, not excited, calm, like they knew I'd stop, like they'd done it before. A few weeks later, I walked by the park in daylight and looked toward the bushes. There was nothing there, of course, but someone had spray painted the concrete nearby. A single word in shaky black letters: "Run." I didn't stick around long enough to see if there was more writing nearby. Didn't check the news for any stories. I didn't want to know. All I know is if I'd gone even 5 feet off that trail, I probably wouldn't be here telling you this right now. It started with a sound I couldn't explain. Not the kind you forget and write off later, but something that grabs you deep in your chest and makes you stop breathing without realizing why. That first night at the cabin, I sat up in bed around 2 in the morning. Everyone else was asleep. My sister in the bed across the room, my cousin snoring softly in the bunks down the hall, and my parents' faint murmurs coming through the wall behind me. I didn't know what had woken me until I heard it again. A screech, high-pitched and unnatural, stretched out just long enough to feel deliberate. It came from the woods behind the cabin, near the tree line, where the shadows clung even during the day. I held my breath. It wasn't an animal sound I recognized. It wasn't a coyote or an owl or anything I'd heard in Idaho's forest before. This one felt wrong, like it had shape to it, like it curved in the air. The cabin was remote. One of those rentals perched against a slope in the Rockies, surrounded by dense pine forest, no neighbors for miles. We were there for a week, something my aunt set up for the family to get away from everything. I remember thinking that maybe this was some weird forest echo, wind twisting through branches, but even at 11 I knew the sounds of animals well enough to know that wasn't it. I stayed up the rest of the night, eyes fixed on the window. Nothing else happened. The woods stayed quiet, still. I told myself I imagined it. The next day was warm and bright. You wouldn't know anything was off. We had a slow breakfast, and then planned a short hike before dinner. It was just the kids, me, my sister Emily, and our 2 cousins, Jordan and Max. My aunt gave us the trail directions and reminded us not to go far. It was supposed to be an easy loop, back before sunset. It started out fine. The trail wound uphill through thick pine, the light slicing through the branches in narrow beams. The air smelled like sap and rock. Emily led the way and Jordan was just behind her. I was third and Max kept lagging. He was younger and slow, but none of us minded. It gave the hike a lazy pace, enough time to notice things, the birds going quiet all at once. The way the wind dropped out so suddenly it felt like something had sucked the air away. About an hour in, the trail split in two, and we took the wrong turn. Not a huge mistake, but enough to stretch the hike longer than planned. The trees got tighter, and the rocks underfoot more jagged. We stopped talking. The forest got dense and quiet, the kind of quiet that made your ears ring. That's when we heard it again. Same sound as the night before, that same high-pitched screech. Only this time it wasn't far off. It was close, closer than it should have been. We froze, all four of us. Emily looked at me with her mouth slightly open. Max grabbed my hand. Jordan whispered, "What was that?" No one answered. Then we heard it again, closer, and again, a half-second shorter, like something was testing the space between us. Echoing its location, we turned around. Not fast, just this shared silent agreement that we needed to go back. The trail wasn't clear anymore. Branches snapped underfoot. Shadows deepened. The wind was gone. I heard the sound again, closer still, but not from behind, from the side, in the trees. We picked up our pace. Emily started to jog. Jordan, too. I stayed behind with Max, urging him to go faster. He was panting, holding his side. But we didn't stop. I kept looking back. The woods looked the same. Still nothing. But I knew we weren't alone anymore. The screech came again. And this time it wasn't just close. It was near. The kind of near that pushes against your spine and makes your skin crawl. It had moved. Or we had. I couldn't tell which. But the space between us and the thing making that sound had closed too fast. Then Jordan shouted, just one word, "Run." We didn't argue. We ran. The trail was gone. It didn't matter. We just ran in the direction we thought was downhill. The forest wasn't quiet anymore. Branches were snapping loud, sharp cracks, not from us. Heavy movement like something big brushing against trunks. Not crashing, not clumsy, fast, deliberate. I heard the screech again, and it was right behind us. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't even threatening. Really, it was something else. A signal, maybe. A locator. It went through me like static. Emily had a flashlight in her bag. She pulled it out as dusk fell, and the beam jittered as she ran. Jordan was ahead of her now, crashing through ferns and ducking branches. I had Max's hand, dragging him as he tripped and stumbled. I kept looking over my shoulder. The thing never showed itself. That's what got me. You'd think if something was chasing you through the woods, you'd see it at some point. A glimpse, a flash of color, something breaking the lines of the trees. But there was nothing, only the sound and the movement. And the fact that every time we ran faster, it matched us, then outpaced us. We burst into a clearing, a shallow dip in the terrain, half ringed by deadfall and thick scrub. We stopped, panting. Emily turned in a circle with the flashlight, trying to find anything that looked like the trail. Jordan had his hands on his knees, gasping. Max was crying now, quietly. I turned toward the treeline. My ears were ringing from the blood pounding in my head. The screech came again. Not from behind. From ahead. We all froze. No one said a word. The sun had fully dropped behind the ridge. The clearing filled with long, low blue light. The kind of light that turns everything vague. The kind of light that plays tricks. Then I saw movement. Just a flicker. Between two trunks. Too far to see clearly. But it moved like nothing I've seen before or since. Smooth, low, fast, not upright, not four-legged either, like it was gliding through the undergrowth, not disturbing a single leaf. Emily pointed the flashlight toward it, but the beam hit trees and kept going. Nothing reflected back, no eye shine, no silhouette. The screech came again, shorter, like it was closer now. Max grabbed my arm, shaking. I looked at the others. We needed to move, but no one wanted to go the way we came, and there was no path ahead. Just the thing in the trees, waiting. Jordan said we should climb the ridge and try to circle back that way. It was steep, covered in loose rock, but it was the only direction we hadn't heard the sound from. We agreed without speaking, just started moving. The climb was rough. Max couldn't keep up. I stayed behind again, pushing him from below. The others pulled ahead. The trees thinned as we got higher, and we could just barely see the slant of the trail we were supposed to be on to the east. That gave us some hope. We might still make it. Then came the last screech. It didn't echo. It didn't move through the trees. It was right behind us. I turned. Nothing there. But I felt it, that pressure, like something was about to breach the space between us. Jordan shouted down from above that he could see the trail. Emily was helping him up the last few feet. I shoved Max forward, and he scrambled up after them. I turned to follow, and that's when I heard the footsteps. Not animal steps. Not hooves, or paws, or claws. They didn't match anything natural. Too fast, too precise, like something sprinting on two limbs, but too light for a person. It was right behind me. I ran, hands and knees at first, then upright, rocks cutting my palms, lungs on fire. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I knew it was right there. I reached the ridgetop and barreled onto the trail. The others were already running, shouting for me to move. I caught up, and we didn't stop until we saw the edge of the cabin clearing through the trees. We burst out of the forest just as the porch lights flicked on. Nobody else believed us. The adults said we must have gotten turned around, that the sound we heard was probably some kind of bird, that stress and exhaustion could explain the rest. They said it was lucky we made it back before dark. I didn't argue, none of us did, but we all slept in the same room that night. Every light on. I didn't sleep at all, and just before dawn, I heard it again, once, faint from the tree line, as if it knew we were still listening. We weren't planning to stay the night. It was supposed to be a quick hike in and out, just a Saturday evening thing, with enough daylight left to get to the overlook, crack a couple of beers and hike back out before full dark. But the light died faster than we expected, and the air turned cold fast, too cold for late spring. Evan had a hoodie in his pack, but I was in a t-shirt and windbreaker. We'd both hiked Black Hollow a few times before. There's nothing haunted about it. No tragic past or local legends, just a dense patch of state forest with some elevation gain, and a few old fire roads. That night though, the trees felt too close. Maybe because we were already tired and the sun had dipped below the ridgeline. Maybe because we were being louder than usual, joking around, playing music off Evan's phone. I kept checking behind us like someone was walking the trail just out of view. We made it to the overlook a little before 7. The horizon was purple-black and streaked with orange, and you could still see the river carving through the valley below. There was a fire ring from old campers, and I found a bundle of dried-out branches under the nearest pine. Evan lit it with a lighter and a paper napkin. The fire snapped alive in seconds. We sat with our backs to the trees watching the last bit of sun vanish behind the hills. About an hour later, the fire was low, and we were just about to pack up when we saw the glow-orange light flickering through the brush maybe 50 yards down the slope. Another fire. I thought at first it might be other hikers. The site wasn't marked on the map, but we weren't in a restricted zone, and we weren't exactly quiet coming up. Still, neither of us had seen or heard anyone on the trail. Evan stood up to get a better look. "They're just sitting there," he said, squinting. "No tents, no gear, just standing." I walked over and looked down. The fire wasn't big, but it was enough to backlight the shapes around it. 5 or 6 people, maybe more. They weren't talking, not even moving much, just standing close together like they were watching the fire or waiting for something. The shapes looked wrong. Broad shoulders, wide-set heads, like everyone in the group was wearing heavy coats. But the night wasn't that cold. We should have walked away. But Evan whispered, "Let's just get a little closer. We can circle back to the trail after." We moved downhill, slow and quiet, staying behind the trees. When we got within 30 yards, I could see more clearly. The figures weren't just big, they were tall. At least a head taller than Evan, and he's 6'1". One of them turned slightly, and I swear its arms reached down past its knees. No one was talking, no one was eating, no sleeping bags or supplies. They weren't even gathered around the fire for warmth. It was like the fire was there for us, not them. We were crouched behind a mossy boulder when one of them stepped away from the group, just peeled off and started walking fast, but not rushed directly toward where we were hiding. Not in a lazy arc, not scanning the woods. It came in a straight line, like it had already known exactly where we were the whole time. We ran. I didn't even look at Evan, just bolted up the hill, past the fire pit and back toward the main trail. The woods blurred past me, branches slapping my face, breath burning in my chest. I could hear Evan behind me, gasping, crashing through brush. I didn't dare look back until we were halfway down the main switchback. That's when I heard it. Not footsteps, thuds, like a heavy body hitting the ground again and again, impossibly fast. The thing was chasing us. It wasn't yelling, wasn't calling out, just running, full speed. Evan screamed something, but I couldn't make out the words. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the trailhead parking lot. I spun around, expecting to see the thing burst from the tree line, but nothing came. The woods were quiet again. We sat on the ground next to my car, lungs on fire. Neither of us spoke for a long time. When we finally stood up, I looked back into the trees. The darkness between the trunks was thicker than it should have been, like the night had pulled there and wasn't draining out. We didn't call the ranger station. What would we say? Some tall guys scared us near a fire. We tried to laugh it off on the drive home, but neither of us really managed it. For weeks after, I had dreams about it. Not the chase, just the silence before. That moment before the thing stepped toward us. The way it moved like it knew us, like it had been waiting. 3 months passed. Evan didn't talk about going back, and I didn't push it. But one Saturday, I found myself back at the trailhead. I told myself it was to face it down, to prove there was nothing there, that maybe it had just been some weird trick of the light, or a bunch of kids in costume. I went alone. It was early evening, the same time of day, but I moved faster this time. No music, no noise, just hiking. I didn't go all the way to the overlook. I stopped near a bend in the trail that overlooked the slope where we'd seen the fire. There was no one there. No glow, no movement, just the trees swaying a little in the wind. I waited. After maybe 10 minutes, I heard something. A voice. Not loud, not coming from the path. It was close, but not close enough to pinpoint. Like someone whispering from behind a tree just out of view. It said, "Come closer." I turned around fast, heart pounding. No one was there. I checked the trees, the underbrush, even looked up into the branches. Nothing, just a breeze. Then again, this time directly behind me, soft and low. "You can come closer now." I backed away, hands shaking. My legs felt hollow. The trail behind me looked thinner than before, like it had stretched. I couldn't move fast. It was like walking through syrup. I forced myself back up the trail, not running, just steady steps until I broke into a fast walk. The whisper didn't follow, but I felt its presence the whole way back. I haven't gone back since. Evan moved out of state a few months later. We don't talk much. I think he's trying to forget it ever happened. But I still think about that voice, about what it wanted me to come closer to, and why it sounded like it already knew me. We found the cabin by accident. We were supposed to be hiking a marked trail that looped back to the gravel parking lot off Route 17. But Kyle had gotten cocky and led us off trail. He insisted he knew a shortcut, some game trail he'd followed once in college. I'd spent years guiding tourists through this part of the forest, so I knew how fast things could go sideways. But I let him lead anyway, thinking the worst-case scenario was a few extra miles. We had water, we had light. It was early afternoon, Bright sky pressing through the canopy like a lens flare. We'd be fine. About an hour in, the brush thickened. Trees leaned closer, shadows deepened. The kind of place that doesn't look like it gets much sunlight year-round. I had that growing pressure in my ears. Instinct, really. Like something back there had shifted. I turned once, twice. Nothing but trees and rot. And then the cabin. No trail led to it. It just stood there in a clutch of pines, half swallowed by the forest. The wood was dark with rot, but the structure hadn't fully caved. A narrow porch slouched under its own weight, and the windows were either missing or covered in grime, too thick to see through. I didn't want to get closer, but Kyle was already stepping up, cupping his hands around his eyes to peek through the front window. "It's trashed," he said. "Looks like someone dumped a hoarder's attic in here." I stayed back. The air smelled wrong. Not death. Something metallic and oily like gun cleaner. Kyle nudged the front door. It didn't resist. Hinges whined, then snapped forward like a jaw opening wide. He looked back at me, grinning like a kid in a haunted house. 5 minutes, he said. Inside was darker than it should have been for that time of day. The walls leaned inward, sagging like old paper. A single shaft of sunlight cut through a roof crack and landed on a pile of furniture in the middle of the room. Busted chairs, stained mattresses, rusted shelves, and a dozen trash bags knotted at the top like bloated ticks. Broken dishes littered the floor. The wallpaper was peeling in strips. I stood in the doorway, one foot still on the porch. We shouldn't be here. Kyle didn't answer. He was halfway across the room already, crouching near a tipped-over filing cabinet. That's when he found the bag. It was black, brand new, the kind of duffel you buy at a sporting goods store. Too clean for the rest of the cabin. Too intentional. It was wedged beneath a split cushion on a Mildude couch like someone had tried to hide it badly. Kyle tugged it out and unzipped it halfway. His whole body went still. "What?" I asked. He turned it so I could see. Bundles of cash, brick after brick, neatly wrapped in thick paper bands. I couldn't guess the total. Tens of thousands? Hundreds? My gut twisted hard. "We need to go," I said. Kyle hesitated. Then he zipped the bag shut and slung it over his shoulder. I didn't protest. I didn't say a word. I just turned and walked out the door. The air outside hit like a slap. We half jogged away from the cabin, angling downhill toward the stream I'd seen on the map earlier. It would lead us to a fire road and from there back to the highway. Neither of us spoke, just the crunch of our boots and the thump of the bag against Kyle's back. The trees creaked. A crow called once, sharp and high. About 10 minutes out, we crested a rise. From there, we had a partial view back toward the clearing. That's when I saw the ATV. It was red, scratched up, the kind used for hauling gear. 2 riders. Both wore helmets and camo jackets. One had something slung across his back, too short for a rifle, maybe a shotgun. They slowed as they approached the cabin. Didn't hesitate. Didn't look confused. They were coming back, not discovering it. I stopped walking. Kyle saw it too. He didn't say anything, but I heard his breath catch. We were far enough away that they didn't see us, but they'd know the bag was missing. They'd know someone had been there, and if they had any sense of direction, they'd know which way we'd gone. We didn't run. We couldn't risk noise, but we moved fast. I took over navigation, found the stream, led us downstream for nearly 2 hours until we reached a ranger station access road. From there, we jogged until we saw a parked maintenance truck. I flagged it down. We didn't say anything about the cash until we were safely back in town. We didn't take any with us. Kyle kept it zipped, untouched, inside his pack. We went straight to the sheriff's office and told them everything. Location, timeline, ATV, everything we'd seen. I thought they'd laugh us out. Instead, the deputy's face tightened. He called someone. Within the hour, the station was crawling with investigators. Turns out that cabin was already on their radar, part of a growing case about illegal firearms and money laundering in the county. They'd never found the exact location before. Our tip gave them that. The bag, the fingerprints on it, the trail from the ATV. It all tied in. A week later, the sheriff himself called us in. He told us they'd arrested 3 people and were preparing warrants for 2 more. Massive bust, he said. Biggest in that part of the state in years. We were never officially identified as the ones who found the cabin. No press, no rewards, just a quiet handshake and a warning not to talk about it to anyone. I didn't mind. I didn't want to see my name in the papers. I didn't want to think about what could have happened if we'd been 10 minutes slower, if we'd stayed to poke around a little longer, if they'd come back while we were still inside that cabin. I still hike that area sometimes. Never alone. I steer clear of that stretch. Not because I'm afraid of the woods. The woods are old, sure, and full of strange sounds and stranger silences. But it's the human part of it. The bag, the ATV, the slow crunch of tires on forest soil that haunts me most. Because some things you stumble into by accident, and some things you were never meant to find at all. It started as one of those slow, sticky afternoons where the air feels too heavy for anything important to happen. I was 14, bored, and more curious than I had any right to be. Our neighborhood butted up against a dense patch of woods, mostly skinny trees, brittle underbrush and forgotten beer cans from older kids trying to be cool out of sight. I used to ride my bike along the trails after school, convinced there were hidden places nobody else had found yet. That's how I found the tree. It wasn't remarkable at first glance, just another old maple with a wide base and a bit of moss climbing its roots. But when I slowed to check out a strange divot along the trunk, I noticed a hollow tucked low, near the ground, like something had been carved out over time. A perfect oval just big enough to fit both hands into. Inside, under a layer of dried leaves and sticks, was a gun, a real one. I knew it wasn't a toy immediately by the weight when I lifted it. Cold, metal, and heavy in a way that felt serious. I froze, just standing there, staring down at it. It looked like a pistol, black, scratched along the side, but still intact. I didn't know much about guns, just what I'd seen in movies. But even I could tell this one wasn't some rusted antique. It looked used, maintained. The silence around me was loud all of a sudden. Not just the usual wind in the trees quiet, but a kind of stillness that made the hairs on my arms rise. I set the gun back exactly how I found it, replaced the twigs and leaves, and backed away without turning around. Then I got on my bike and pedaled home like something might come tearing out of the woods behind me. I didn't tell my parents. I told Mason. He was my best friend, also 14. Also too curious, and he didn't believe me at first. Thought I was messing with him, trying to get him to walk out into the trees for nothing. But I saw his expression shift when I described the gun, the hollow, the way it felt wrong even touching it. If it's real, he said, you have to call someone. I didn't want to. I was scared. Scared they'd think I put it there, or worse, that whoever did would find out I'd told. But Mason wouldn't let it go. He said if it was stashed like that, someone had a reason to hide it. And if they came back and it was gone, eventually I called. I didn't tell them everything over the phone, just that I'd found what looked like a weapon in the woods near my house. The dispatcher said they'd send someone. I felt sick as soon as I hung up. It took them hours to get out there. I kept checking the window, half expecting to see a stranger lurking near the treeline. Nothing happened. When the cruiser finally rolled into the driveway, the sun was low enough to paint everything orange. I led the officer into the woods with Mason trailing behind me. It felt different retracing my steps, like the trees were closer somehow. I found the same trail, the same curve, the same gnarled maple, but the gun was gone. I dug through the hollow with shaking hands, scraping my fingers on the bark, pulling out clumps of leaves and broken twigs until the hole was empty. The officer watched me in silence. Mason looked pale. "Are you sure this is the right spot?" the cop asked. "Yeah," I said, too fast. "It was right here, I swear." He crouched to look, shined his flashlight into the hole even though there was still enough daylight. Nothing, just dirt and bark, and a few dead insects. If someone left a weapon, he said carefully, they might have come back for it. That thought hadn't occurred to me. Not really. but hearing it aloud made my stomach twist. If the person who hid it knew I'd found it, they'd had hours to come back. Maybe they'd been watching. Maybe they saw me. The officer took my name, asked a few more questions, and told me to call again if I found anything else. That was it. No more search, no more urgency. He probably thought I was making it up. Mason didn't say much on the way home. Neither did I. That night, I kept picturing the tree, the hollow, the weight of the gun in my hands. I kept replaying the walk back with the cop, wondering how fast someone could have moved it, how close they might have been without us noticing. The next day, I went back alone. I didn't tell anyone, just grabbed my bike and rode the trail again. Slower this time, eyes flicking to the trees like they might move. I stopped at the same spot. The hole was still empty, but something else had changed. There were footprints, not mine, not Mason's, but heavier ones, adult-sized, deep in the dirt, leading toward the tree and away from it again, off into the thicker brush where the path split. I tried to follow them, but they disappeared a few yards in. The ground was drier there, harder to track, but I knew what I saw. Someone had come back. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started watching the woods more closely before school, after dinner, sometimes in the middle of the night from my bedroom window. Nothing ever moved, but that didn't mean no one was out there. I didn't sleep well for weeks. Every creak of the house sounded like footsteps. Every dog bark down the street made me flinch. I started to wonder if I should have just left it there, never told anyone. Then, about a month later, I saw a man at the edge of the woods. It was just for a second long enough to know he wasn't from the neighborhood. He was standing half in shadow, wearing a jacket too thick for the weather. I was looking out my window. He was looking back. When I blinked, he was gone. I didn't see him again, but I stopped going into the woods after that. I stopped riding my bike. Mason asked a few times if I wanted to go back, but I always had an excuse. The police never called again. I don't know if they ever filed a report. It felt like one of those things that just slips away, lost between paperwork and disbelief. But I know what I saw. I know what I held. Someone hid a gun in those woods. Someone came back for it, and someone saw me find it. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd waited another hour to call, or if I'd gone back sooner, or if I'd taken the gun with me. But mostly, I just wonder if the person who hid it is still out there, waiting for someone else to stumble onto something they weren't supposed to find. We cut through the woods behind the engineering building because it saved 10 minutes off the walk back to our dorm. I'd done it a dozen times. My roommate Darren had done it even more. Even at midnight, even on cold nights like that one, we had our hoodies on, heads low against the wind, and barely spoke except to curse the slope. The hill dropped fast on the far side. You had to watch your footing or you'd end up in the creek. The sky was a flat gray. No moon, no stars. I remember noticing how wet the ground still was from rain earlier in the week. The smell of rotting leaves clung to everything. Darren was ahead of me, his long legs making easy work of the incline. I stayed close behind, trying not to skid. Then it happened. Not gradually. One moment we were hearing the wind, the rustle of branches, the distant hum of campus lights beyond the hill. Then nothing. No transition. Just silence. Perfect and complete, like someone had turned off the world. I stopped walking. Darren did too. I saw him twist around, lips parted, blinking at me like he'd suddenly gone deaf. Before I could say anything, the trees shuddered, and all the leaves fell. I don't mean some drifted down. Every single leaf all around us dropped at once. Same speed, same soundless descent. Yellow, brown, black. They let go and spiraled in the air like puppets cut from strings. They landed in a synchronized, pattering carpet across the trail. The rocks, our shoes. That's when it hit. An emotion, but deeper. Not fear, not even panic. It was certainty. Doom. Not in the poetic sense, but a biological one. Like something final was about to happen. I couldn't breathe. My chest locked up and I felt my fingers twitch without command. My eyes were wide, tears standing at the edges, and I didn't know why. Darren gasped, loud in the dead air. I didn't speak. We both ran. We ran the rest of the hill without looking at each other, branches scraping at our clothes. I could feel my heart hammering in my ears, but still no sound. No birds, no wind, just the scrape of leaves under our shoes and the rush of blood in my skull. Every step felt like running through molasses, like something was trying to slow us down. Halfway down the hill, Darren screamed. I turned in time to see him jerk backward, like he'd been grabbed by an invisible cable. His body left the ground, knees bending unnaturally, and then he hit the slope hard, rolled. He landed twisted, one leg at a bad angle, breath coming in hoarse, ragged gasps. I saw his fingers clawing at the ground. I ran to him and dropped to my knees. He couldn't talk. He just shook his head over and over, pointing behind us with one trembling hand. There was nothing there, just trees, just leaves, but the silence still total. I tried to speak, to tell him it was okay, but no words came out. My mouth moved, nothing. I grabbed his arm and yanked him upright. He screamed again, but I didn't let go. We limped the rest of the hill together, his arm over my shoulder. The pressure behind us never faded, like standing at the edge of a cliff and knowing the wind was about to push you over. When we cleared the trees, it stopped. Sound rushed back all at once. Crickets, wind, distant traffic, a dog barking blocks away. I almost collapsed from the shock of it. Darren did. He lay on the grass sobbing and coughing, holding his leg. I pulled out my phone, had signal, called campus security. They took us to the health center. Said Darren had a dislocated knee and possible ligament damage. I had scratches, minor bruises. We told them we slipped on the hill. No one asked further. Everyone knew the trail was risky at night. Darren didn't speak for 2 days. When he did, it was just one sentence. "You felt it too." I nodded. I didn't need to ask what he meant. We both felt it, that same paralyzing knowledge that something, not someone, was watching us, wanting us to run, wanting us to fall. We went back in daylight. Weeks later, the hill looked the same, but no leaves remained on the trees, and none had gathered on the ground either. Like something had swept them clean. We never took that shortcut again. Sometimes I dream about the silence, the way it pressed against my eardrums like a vacuum. Sometimes I still wake up gasping, convinced I can feel it crawling up behind me again. I don't sleep near windows anymore. I don't go into the woods alone, because whatever that was, it wasn't wind, it wasn't gravity, and I don't think it was done with us yet. We'd only planned to be out there for 3 nights, just enough time to hit the loop, unplug from everything and get a good sweat going, hauling our packs through the brush. No cell service, no notifications, just the 5 of us, the trail, and that endless wall of green, whispering from all sides. It was Nate's idea. He was the one who found the trailhead, an old Forest Service map tucked into the side pocket of a worn paperback he'd picked up from a thrift store. It wasn't a marked trail anymore, not officially. That made it more appealing. Off-grid, quiet. A chance to disappear, he joked. By the second day, we were deep into the brush. The trail narrowed and vanished in places. Sometimes we followed dry creek beds or flattened game paths. The air was heavy, quiet except for the drone of insects and the occasional bird call. That morning, I woke to find a line of tiny black ants crawling over the outside of my tent. When I opened the flap, the sky was a dull gray, the kind of overcast that hangs just above the trees and never lifts. We packed up in silence. Our boots sank slightly into the mossy floor, the dampness rising in our clothes. About midday, we stopped for a break near a bend in the trail that dipped toward a small stagnant pool. While everyone dug through packs for trail mix or water, I wandered a little farther into the trees to pee. That's when I saw the tent. It was maybe 40 yards off the trail, barely visible unless you knew where to look. The brush there was thicker, the ground uneven. The tent was older, one of those dome types with the rainfly half zipped. No sign of a fire pit or gear. No shoes outside the flap, just a tent sitting crooked on a slight incline, like someone pitched it fast or left in a hurry. I stood there for a second, just listening. No wind, no birds. I called the others over. Nate pushed his way through first, his mouth already open in that half smile he gets when he thinks something's about to get interesting. The others followed, more cautious. We circled the tent. Nobody wanted to open it at first. There was something wrong about it. Too still. Finally, Rachel pulled the flap back. Empty. No sleeping bag, no gear, not even a wrapper or water bottle. Just a few leaves blown in from the forest floor, and the faint smell of old canvas and mildew. We didn't talk much after that. Nate wanted to mark the GPS coordinates, but we had no signal. We debated whether to report it after the hike. Maybe someone just ditched it. Maybe it had been there for months. That night, we camped farther up the ridge. The air got colder, and the fog rolled in thick after sundown. We ate quietly, our voices low, like we were worried someone might hear. The next morning, the trail leveled out for a while. That's when we saw her. She was sitting on a moss-covered log just off the path, arms wrapped around herself. Her clothes were dirty. Hiking pants and a windbreaker stained at the sleeves. Mud crusted one side of her face, and her hair hung in damp clumps. We approached slowly. She didn't seem hurt, but her eyes darted between us like she was trying to figure out if we were real. She told us her name was Lily. Her boyfriend Mark had gone missing the night before. They'd been hiking the same trail, she wasn't sure exactly where, just that they'd gone off route and set up camp somewhere past a ridge. She'd woken up to find him gone. I waited all morning, she said, voice tight. Then I started walking. I thought maybe he went for help. Rachel asked if she was okay, if she needed food or water. Lily nodded vaguely. We gave her a granola bar and half a canteen. She barely drank. We offered to hike back with her, but she refused. Said she wanted to keep going forward in case Mark had taken the trail that way. Something about the way she said it felt rehearsed, like she'd already told herself the story 100 times. We watched her disappear into the brush. None of us said anything until she was gone. That night, none of us really slept. We finished the loop by late afternoon the next day. Everyone was sore, quiet. I kept replaying Lily's face in my head, her sunken eyes, the twitch in her hands, the way she looked past us when she spoke. It wasn't until we got back into town that things got strange. We stopped at a diner just off the highway. While we were waiting for food, Nate got a signal and started scrolling through his phone. He froze halfway through a bite of his sandwich, then held the screen up. There it was, an alert from a local news site. Woman sought in connection with missing hiker. It was her, Lily. Same clothes, same vacant stare in the photo. The article was short. Mark hadn't been found. Authorities were searching the area, but the environment made recovery difficult. Steep terrain, scavengers, fast decomposition. The article said Lily had hiked out alone 2 days before filing a report, and her story kept changing. I felt something cold twist in my gut. We hadn't just stumbled across a random hiker. We'd spoken to her, watched her vanish into the trees. Rachel made a sound and turned pale. Nate sat back, his hands gripping the edge of the table. None of us ate after that. Over the next few days, more details came out. A park ranger was quoted saying the couple had gone well off trail, that their last known location was near a dried creek bed, probably close to where we saw that empty tent. We checked the GPS tags on our photos. The timestamp lined up almost exactly with the estimated time Lily had claimed Mark disappeared. Our encounter with her wasn't a footnote. It was a timestamp piece of the timeline. The police called, we gave our statements. They thanked us, said we might have been the last people to see her before she vanished again, because that was the last twist. Lily disappeared. They never found her. No sightings, no credit card usage. It was like she stepped off the trail and into the trees and never came out. I think about that sometimes, lying in bed in the dark. The way her eyes moved, the set of her jaw. I think about the empty tent, the smell of old canvas, the way the brush pressed in from all sides like it wanted to swallow something. The trail's closed now, officially, but sometimes late at night, I'll look at Nate or Rachel and know they're thinking the same thing, that we got too close to something, too close to someone who'd already decided what story she was going to tell.